Yeah, that was a big shot implemented there by Mustache. It's going to provide a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuca. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz. They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on these Avengers chests.
Yeah, this is not the only contested team, right? There are going to be other fights happening here. Play close attention to what's going to go down, though. Power Alex and Worthy do have a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing the low ground as the standoff starts to develop. Meanwhile, a quad contested drop spot for Peterbot and Boyo, who have control of their side, where Trashy and Threat seem to be in a little bit of a head-to-head.
Well, hold that thought, though, because for a moment, it seemed as if we were going to, potentially be dealing with Kazi and Aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, NDF. I think right now, Swizzy, Yapko, they're just trying to do what they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what Peterbot was saying earlier on. That bot is always going to be ours. Emma Frost's medallion, and that mythic Striker burst, that's everything that they're after, and he's already collected it.
Bro, this guy just...
So Peterbot and Boyo already...
So these are like the best players in Fortnite?
Here. Clearly they have the advantage. Clearly they even have the respect of the teams landing here not to step center foot into their location.
It's only a matter of time, though. As soon as that reveal medallion actually procs, there's going to be 15 seconds that Swizzy, Yapko, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be marked here at the raft. So escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews. We've seen, Trashy and Threat's perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with Swizzy and Yapko, and that Peterbot and Boyo will just be waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But Vino and Clicks, y'all, are here, and they are indeed
That's the GOAT right there.
The moment these names lit up on screen, you can just hear the crowd going crazy. I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is just
that's the guy that averages.
Talk about the fact, hey, we just found out
Clicks and Vino literally average like 20,000 people watching them on Twitch.
But for Damo and Resigns, you have to also factor in, this is familiarity for them. Sandy Steps has been their home as well.
Yeah, and this is a lot of respect coming from both sides. Clicks and Vino, of course, just feeling out the playing field right now, playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can, rotate from behind them, whereas Resigns and Damo are content with their side of the map. But Middle Eastern teams are on the set here. Haman and Cal Gamer now.
Middle Eastern
up
teams,
against the likes of CZB and Nathan, who's underneath them.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I think a lot of people would view as that potential underdog story. But the interesting aspect is knowing that they are going to be contested here at Grand Glacier. And what we're seeing a lot of right now, the players that are just having these small, mild interruptions to their traditional loot paths, and what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get when there's this much money on the line, when you have this much time, right, to wait, sit, contemplate your strategy. What are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it. Chapentini here pushing the pressure, pushing the conversation right now. Adrian's not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall.
The first one to fall.
And NA team down.
That's a whole team down, bro. They suck.
Tragic start there for Rise and Aegis.
I'm not even in the game.
Downfall is Teeny and Chaps Uprising. Bound to be super happy with the elimination damage that they just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial.
But why wasn't I invited to
this MDF, we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams. That's going to be insane to think about. You have to connect on every single shot.
Well, here's someone who's going to do just that. Thomas HD doing an excellent job holding his high ground. He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone in Guarty as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs at the moment. Queasy and Thomas HD are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture of hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this.
Really?
Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to
Manchester City.
This is a team that
part of Manchester
is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Flixie, some of Europeans' strongest coming up. And
why wasn't I invited?
Part of the new era.
Sparks already started to fly though. Vico trying to see if he can get an overhead view onto
How come they didn't?
Shadow. A little bit of a wraparound.
Where's Ninja? I don't see Ninja here.
Too exposed. Vico, Flixie, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but Same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo knows it's
Shadow
time
still standing?
to bail. And they're going to force themselves into a disengage. But Flixie, he's not interested in that. Flixie wants more.
Oh, yeah, this is a storybook kind of conversation right here. This is something that we expected to happen. If you're going to go up against the likes of Flixie and Vico's pathing, you just have to get out of the way or get ran down.
That's crazy.
Virgo
Replay.
and Shadow are going to be another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut. And, you know, this is, again, I have an inkling just a start for Flixie and Vico.
Hey, there's a big reason why these guys
That's the guy? But why do all these guys look like geeks? I thought I was going to see someone like Henry Calvo playing this.
Up close and personal box fights early on, but Paper, Victor B, they've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside Kremzu, trying to make sure, but they've got to be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity here. Gon and Quanti, absolute
That's a
ninjas.
kid who's younger than
really
me.
Close here. A lot of danger lurking nearby, and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do just that. But no, the ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, oh, so close, escapes by the skin of his teeth. Talking about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Persa and Ed also on the prowl right now.
Everybody just crouch walking up to all of the commotion that this box fight is bringing just outside northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect, though, Paper, you gotta respect that 180 turnaround, throws up the middle wall, makes sure to protect himself. But Persa, Ed, they've now found an opening, but it's gonna be cut short. Victor V, Paper, all these teams starting to congest here, and a surge base on top to boot.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Persa and Ed are recognizing we have to get in a fight. Like, whether we want to or not, Storm Surge is going to become an issue. And if you're unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and Kremsu, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Quanti and Gon also setting up, looking back inwards. Trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper really wearing the results of this drawn-out fight on their loadout right here. You can see ammunition starting to run low, builds even shorter than that. It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south. So if Paper and Victor V can't step up and finish this fight soon, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but at this point, they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, Kremzu, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding, and they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and, of course, secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but Paper and Victor V don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots now as they're trying to push in.
Me too.
Clone, Kremsu, the opening has arrived here. But Victor
I know,
V,
that's what I
Paper,
said. Yo tampoco no entiendo, pero ahora
I don't
entiendo.
want to call it hesitant, but definitely wary of what awaits them when they try to catch Clone and Kremsu exiting that bunker. Malabuka Mustache, though, they've encountered some early difficulties here, it seems like, at Restored Reels. Last we checked in, they were getting a couple of decent tags onto Alex and Worthy, but now, knowing that Malabuka is in that solo position, it's going to be tough to make his way towards a reboot ban with this much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at Kanata and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground.
Cooper?
Right?
I've heard of this guy.
Off in the distance, and very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths of duos.
But I really love this positional check, though, from Kanata and Cooper, because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels. And
entiendo al mismo tiempo, en inglés y en español. Yo, it's Clicks and Vino! Clicks and Vino!
Cooper and Kanata.
Clicks and Vino!
Kanata is
Wait, Vino got a haircut.
Vino
agarró tiene nuevo pelo.
Ample opportunity to deal some damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. Vino and Clicks versus Oceania's Damo there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here. You have to be really careful. Vino and Clix are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them even more of a problem later. But it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
Yeah, because they've been in the storm. I've seen streams of Clix and Vino where they stay in the storm.
Mix here.
Han
Not
tenido
sure if
bastante
Clix and
cosas.
Veno have spotted him out just yet, but Ashoda, the moment that he tries to break through, that's when Clix sees small opportunity to try and bounce in here. But again, MDF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what Clix and Veno were after.
Yeah, because Andalix and Sato were still here. They thought it was just a solo, but now they walk into almost a spider's web here.
No.
Sato and Andalix do have
I'm not Mexican.
heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but I'm not sure how much Andalix has to work with. Meanwhile, the goats of the region, the kings of EU, the most consistent duo in the world when it comes to LAN performances in the recent years are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact
Manchester
that Cammy
City
and Seti have now decided to just stroll on over so casually, but they recognize there's no real openings for us to chase this one just yet. Let's prioritize our positioning and set because they can always set up to intervene. Kashodo's trying to do what he can to escape, but Vano's going to shut that one down.
Look at Eric. That's actually sad. Everybody's celebrating him kill somebody.
Vino's gonna be the first to claim it alongside Clix here for a big elimination, and that's gonna set themselves off in the right pace here. Still, pay attention on the other side. Kanata and Cooper, completely opposite situation. We talked about them keeping their distance.
No sé de dónde
step up to the plate. Let's see
no sé de dónde
if they can
estoy.
hit this.
Yo no sé dónde estoy.
Swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider.
Wait, yo no hablo
inglés
español.
This is our duo that came in at the final hour.
¿Qué
Just
dices eso?
last night, they discovered
no
that they were going to be participating
español.
on the global stage.
No hablo español.
What's
No
their
hablo.
playtime
I
look
don't
like
speak
in comparison
Spanish.
to everyone else? But more importantly, still,
Bro, why wasn't I invited to this?
He brings the fight to Cooper
I was
and
literally playing
Kanata. They're
Fortnite
not willing
earlier.
to fold. A couple of armored walls already expended from both sides as well. Kanata still able to find the shots that matter, though. And him and Cooper doing a decent job at just
How many
trying
players
to
are left?
forcibly create
82,
space.
and it's like
This is
third
not just any
circle.
backup duo here. This is a team that is very much tenured and familiar with one another. They, in fact, have duoed with each other throughout the year. So, again, not your regular backup team. This is a very, very scary team to be fighting right now, and a huge opportunity like this is not going to be taken for granted. And you can see the fact that they forced these great players to use their armored walls tells a lot. Let's jump in with Merstash and Malabuka here, though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure, even after being picked up, if Merstash is going to have a chance to.
Oh, they're on the island? The island already? That means it's like.
The Rift Island's
what circle is this?
We already know who's playing for it.
Peterbot and
What
Pollo
circle is
did
this? Does
not
it say?
even
Oh,
wait
circle
a
4?
moment's notice.
Dang.
As soon as the
That's
Rift Island
heli
spawned in,
cuatro.
these two were prepped and ready to go. Peterbot already taking advantage, putting some pressure on
They're
the
lucky
teams.
there's no
They're
snipers.
just trying to rotate at the bottom of Rift Island. You know, teams like to try and utilize some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Pollo, and they're not the only ones lurking either, trashing and threats
soy de
as
los
well,
Estados
making their
Unidos.
presence known. But keep in mind, Pollo,
I mean, I was
Peterbot,
born here.
they've got that reveal
Nací en
medallion.
los Estados Unidos.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So trashing and threats will have a big, big problem here. The hold up King and Phaser talking about problems are pushing down into the EU duo. Now, there's something that we know about King
but
is
some of my,
he's
alguna de
not
mi
someone you
familia es
wanna
de
face
España.
in a box
And then I
fight.
have
What he's
other
managed
family
to do
members
all
in
throughout
Belgium.
This week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in
Bulgaria
the
and
practice
Romania.
rooms back to back and has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duos game here. MDF
My brother knows
King
3. My brother knows
trying to see if he
French,
can get a little
Spanish,
bit of revenge damage onto Reason
and
or
English.
the deal, but currently, Germans, they're the ones holding height, and
Germans?
King, he's gonna have to start burning
Oh, it's
through
over.
some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is
Wait,
once
I
those
didn't know
shields
there was
crack,
lightning.
the deal, Reason, more than close enough to hear it.
Damage
But they
threshold,
also
11
need the
above.
damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now. And should King's team get a tag, the Surge is going to flip. They are the team quite literally above them. And it doesn't really get much closer than this. And this is the most opportunistic time for King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Reason and Vidil now. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about.
Bro, they're getting hit by lightning. 16 below.
Because Rift Island just lurking in the distance, slightly higher elevation than themselves. Peter Bob Boyle, they were definitely trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims, ideally. One of these teams has got to get a go on here, and they can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
I think it's like the same thing where like if you were born in that country and they speak only that language, then
on the other side doing an excellent job, but a trade comes
it's
out.
normal.
King's weak and he's going to be the first to fall. Reason and Body out.
Because if you can speak English and then you learn another language, then you could just learn like any language.
Though, when you think about how many teams are getting caught inside of these box fights, inside of the Storm
double
itself,
meanings.
For Stash
English
Malabuka,
double meanings.
They're just on a recovery tour currently, and it's incredible to think.
For English is double meaning words, you just have to know like what they're saying, because people can say where is that or where are you, and it's spelled differently. It's just depending how you say it.
Like they're primed and interested potentially, but instead it's just going to be heading to the top of Rift Island. Malabuka might get faced though. He wants more damage.
Little does he know,
it's not that hard.
There is trashing and threats up here.
You don't have to worry about the double meaning. No tienes que preocuparte por las dos.
Curious as to why they haven't gone yet.
That part is like
just
useless.
Find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire, but no, Malabuka takes flight first. And he's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough?
Oh, it's over.
It's not looking like the math is going to math here, as Malabuka is going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. Murstache will have to land on him and save him now.
The problem, though, is that we're looking at 2 tick zones currently. Monster, Murstache, he can try his best effort, but I fear he might meet a similar fate, because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he's still gonna have to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
Take a look at this refresh from Vino and Clicks now, as they managed to find
Clicks and Vino, the goats?
from some leftover action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight, and still you have OCE's Damo and Resigns.
I like it how Clicks and Vino have. Oh no, Clicks is using his glasses.
Thorn in their side, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, but back on over to the focus here as Clicks is looking for action here. Those are his walls. It's Acorn, it's Cold on the other side. A very scary team to go against. In the warm-up games yesterday, in the scrims, right in our practice lobbies, they pulled off a incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Clicks and Veno, Clicks, he just needs some white heals. And you're not going to get that at this stage unless you're able to take down another team successfully. Murstache and Malabuka, though, have pulled off a miracle at this point. And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered for sure, but they're still kicking, and that's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned. Major eliminations are happening though as we're covering the action here. One of those, it's Peterbot and Boyle staying
I thought this guy died.
Down goes Cheats from the high ground there. And they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
Meanwhile, other teams...
7 circle and there's 49 people.
Just trying to see if they can find an angle. Yuma Rise under a little bit of duress here, but it's back to Clicks. Veno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got a decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that they are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem. Talk about good teams that are still standing right now, teams that we've been kind of following the story. Victor V and Paper. Paper a little worse for wear. Seems like a bad peek's gonna go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement.
Vino kind of, I just realized that Vino kind of looks like my cousin.
A lot of damage here as well, not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
Still has a couple of flow berries, but again, will that really be enough? Queasy, Thomas HD now starting to surface as well near their area. Ritual, though, takes some big tags up that wall in just a moment too long. But Ritual free, come on, coming out of Doomstad. Got to be dealing with Epic Oil and Muzz early on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but Malabuka as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle peak advantage, so Malabuka's gonna look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, Mustache, again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another tick from the Storm, but it's too little too late. Just barely makes it in. At least Malabuka can go for the revive.
You know, all things considering, he'll have more HP when he stands up than he did when he went down, so it's not all too bad here, but it is definitely time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go. Back behind him is another duo as well, and if he doesn't hit this shot, he's going to be sent back to the lobby, and he hits the one that matters.
What?
Malabuka and Mustache are clawing their way out of this hole here, and unfortunately, it might not be enough here. It's so close.
Malabuka is doing everything in his power.
Ooh, that's...
They have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though, but that is the kind of power that Malabuka and Mustache can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points.
Wait, why? How come they didn't put the...
inside the top 25. Anyone alive now is going to start to be rewarded with more and more points.
You like me a lot, bro. I mean, I don't even know.
For you, so you want to stay up. Vino is down right now. Clix has a very important decision to make here. Do you save your best
YouTube? I have YouTube.
Let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in
Twitter.
now. Seems like he wants to go for the save. Armored Wall is going to be the saving grace here for a moment, though.
Instagram.
Instead, Vino makes the call.
But I'm mostly on like YouTube and Twitch.
Play the game here.
Play my in YouTube and
There's just way too much pressure coming from the other side of that wall. A fully intact duo, and that duo being Queasy and Thomas HD. There's just no realistic opportunity for Clix.
I remember for the 2022, me and my friend tried qualifying for this, but we didn't. And I was like mad.
Only has small shield potions to rely on, 2 below. When it comes to the damage threshold, he's got to make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Well, he's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent.
Reno died.
He just has to hold on a little bit longer. And he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone pull towards his side, more or less.
Bro,
but High Ground has Cammy and Seti looking from up above, and it has never looked better for this duo.
Kadu and Sia having already been eliminated. And again, reconvening with Clix's POV, but Clix is just crazy with the movement. The fact that he manages to escape.
Still alive. He's clutching. Almost a top 15 now.
Bro, I wonder how people actually get this good at the game. Because, like, what? They just killed. What? Polo just killed. Polo
takes him down. Peterbot is also a solo.
Polo solo, and he just killed Clix.
Anybody in this circumstance, but of course it had to be Peterbot. But take a look at the high ground. Chapentini. And they're looking for even more.
Manchester.
5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for Chapentini. This is coming off the mountain here. Seti seems to have lost his teammate now. Has to do this on his own here.
20 people, I 20 gente todavía.
Anything can happen, but Muzz and Epic Wero inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this Storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Seti's doing everything he can to try and scale his
Wait, if you think I'm a cool streamer, you should check out It's Amy Wee. She's cool. She's like me, where she both speak English, Spanish, and French. What? Wait, Peterbot is. Whoa! Oh my God.
8 eliminations now for
8.
Peterbot and Boyo here. Peterbot still going. Nearly.
No. Okay.
Another one there. Just moments away now from a top 5 here. Can he do it as a solo? He's getting spotted out. The armor wall comes down. Another weak player in front of him. Oh, he didn't get tagged. No.
Oh, that was close.
So close. But now
that
the
was
focus
close.
comes into who will win game 1. We have just 4 teams remaining. Make that 5. Acorn and Cole find another.
Duke simply too sabotage, losing his duo Sphinx there to Peterbot, but Acorn and Cole, the fact that they are still intact. 5 armored walls as well to work with here for Acorn. Chapentini, though, they're trying to see if they can look for an opportunity to collapse. Pico, Flixie off in the distance as well. The mid-ground starting to really pile up here.
Well, look at this. High ground starting to run out of material. Vico and Flixie, this is the pick for me. The team that I knew. You leave them uncontested. They're just going to put in dangerous work here on the field. And it is starting to shape up. Acorn and Cold and a saving grace on the low ground. On the outskirts, putting pressure onto Japan's best.
Japan's
best. Yuma, who also has 7 eliminations. Yuma sends up against Acorn. Finds a beautiful tag there. there. Loses teammate though, finds another exchange. It's back and forth here. Anything can
How
still
come no one's
happen.
using the Thanos
These
skin?
teams scurrying in the low ground, though. They're sabotaging each other. Acorn's gonna go down. Yuma's still standing tall, but now Chap, Teeny from the high ground, they're just gonna collapse, and that is just another elimination to add to the count. Vico, Flixie versus Chap and Teeny. It's a battle of Europe.
A battle for the ages
Europe.
indeed here. 5 eliminations still for Teeny and Chap. Things are starting to rack up. Teeny, the first to go down. Chap's also weak. They jump in. They
What?
the game. And game number 1.
Victory Royale.
We'll go to Chap and Teeny.
Chap and Teeny.
Could it be more deserved? The way that they held down that high ground MDF, you could tell that they were aiming exclusively
Bro, his eyes are, like,
for the victory
burning.
royale at this stage. But granted, you have to keep in mind, there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Oh, he was playing on like PlayStation.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your Game 1 winners? Chap and Teeny, do you want to step up for me here, fellas? So everyone can see your glorious faces. Let's kick things off here. What a great start. I mean, you guys, obviously, Game 1, a lot of pressure, but it went
What?
around the beginning. But in front of these fans, to walk us through the end game,
I've never
how
seen this
did
people
things
in my
pan
life
out for you
before.
guys?
Is that NASCAR?
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get Vico and Flixie in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into this competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought
How did
they
these
might?
guys get
Was it
super
very
good?
different?
I've never heard of
It
them.
was different. We took forecast.
Defeat the breakouts,
and
level up your
then we
skin?
just
No!
Those forecast towers are playing very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your Game 1 winners, Chapatini, everyone! Oh, things have started beautifully.
What? Banana skin!
There's loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There's loads more coming your way very,
A
very
short
soon.
break? I'm not watching some short break. 2 minutes? What is chat saying? W? True. Become the ultimate fan? I'm not becoming the ultimate fan. I have to wait 2 minutes for this? Black Elite? 100 people are watching this? Dang. Can you guys believe that? No puedo creer eso. Well, I literally have that. Wait. I have to wait a minute for this. That's literally copyrighted. ¿A dónde me fui yo? Bro, I hate it how you have to wait for ads. Cause I'm not, no voy a comprar, what's it called? Go ad free. I'm not buying turbo. Freak turbo. Freak turbo. Go ad free. I'm not buying. Oh wow. Desde el corazón. Oh, we're back. We're back.
And to get that interview, right? Hey, we're the best team. You just get forecast. You get this, you got. We're the best team. That's it. That's all that matters.
I mean, if you look at Major 2, Major 3, when they both got second place in both majors, yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now. Yeah. And showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Agers and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah,
I've never heard of these
interesting
guys.
After this first game, because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a little bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing that we focused on at the beginning of the show. They want that forecast tower, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8-9 zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took that opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again, cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best.
That guy looks like Clicks.
Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place.
Match 2 in 6 minutes.
I mean, we saw there for a moment, even Rise and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Rise and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing that, oh, yeah, it's NA versus EU. You got to watch out for Asia as well.
Yeah, these guys are really looking good right there. 8 eliminations clutching up there in the end in those final few moments. The crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start, particularly on this stage.
That's right. I want to highlight Peterbot, man. I don't know what Peterbot is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know, Poyo goes down and you have the solo clutch, and he pulled it off.
And for Peterbot to take down Clicks in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there. But Peterbot, if he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly a duo as a single player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players have the ability to do this, solo clutches. And in big events like this, 12-game formats, these solo clutches are going to be so vital in getting these guys into a really nice position. I must say, this burst assault rifle ex Peterbot is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these endgame situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end, but really great start from him.
I mean, their strategy is just so clean from the start. Landing rep, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Poyo kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their 3rd place. Eco, Flixie, a
I wonder how much
place.
The cameras
they didn't even need the Victory Royale, right? The fact that they made it to 2nd place, you've already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and Virgo by zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations. And towards the end there, where it was the final 2v2, it was kind of like Major 3, where it was 2 of the best teams in EU going head-to-head. Of course, 2 different, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast
he just looked at his teammate like
that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We could talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
What?
Yeah, that was a very intense game, obviously.
Polo Fortnite, bro. I need that shirt.
I couldn't even believe it. I
need that Polo Fortnite
just
shirt.
threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have two
This girl kind of looks like,
duking
what's her
it
name?
out
Like
to
Senna.
close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
Match number 2 already?
The battle bus has left the station. Match number 2 is here. What do we have in store for us this game? I mean, last one was surely a surprise with the Middle Eastern teams taking a top 10 position. One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out
Two
of
people
Analyx
dropped
and
in the same
Sato,
location?
and this could prove to be very difficult though for Analyx and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
We have to give all credit to not only Clix and Vino for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement
where's
points,
Vino?
ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the
what
math
happened
on
to
that,
Vino?
that is almost unprecedented.
Well, it was almost like Damo and Resigns were trailing
Yeah.
Clix and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have maybe gone a little differently there, because that's what really got them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always 20/20. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingering around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, who was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamics starting to take shape here, and that's really part of the high level of Fortnite. Game to game, micro adjusting, right? They all know what went well, what went wrong, and it's about adjusting in the real time. But here's Seiyun, here's Kadu against Casper and Prism. Little
I think I'm just
here,
switch to YouTube because it's better.
Match 1 is gonna kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play for that reboot max. Like, didn't see Pixie anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking around and fighting them. So, you know, that's impressive.
Yeah, but this is also a really smart disengage from King and Phaser, recognizing the fact Sky Scroll still nearby as well.
Lances, remember when I got banned for 2 hours? Yeah, bro, I remember. My bad.
Interest at the moment, but even hanging around the underworld.
Happy birthday, though. Look, on your birthday is the first day of Fortnite NSCS.
Don't know how much surge damage they've actually been able to accrue at this stage, and once we start to get into that mid-game rotation aspect of the we already saw a handful of teams, even some of the teams that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to struggle with their surge damage, having issues.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with Batman Booga and Rapid here at the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3, of course, with an excellent performance. You know, if you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and Batman Booga, everyone's marking them up towards the top 3 as far as the NA teams are concerned. And talking about top 3, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time, they do finish the fight up against Andalex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
But now something that Sato and Andalex are potentially going to have to start considering is if this keeps going in favor of Acorn and Cold, if they continue to take the fight to them.
Where's Clix?
Do you switch for day 2?
Guess where
I think we still got a few more lobbies to work through before that really starts to become the real.
You guys spend it with your family members, you know?
For Stash Malibuca, though.
Oh, you have vanilla cake? You said earlier you really wanted vanilla cake.
Restored Reels.
And it did happen.
One elimination already. Curious if one of those is onto either Alex or Worthy.
Yeah, something happened there, but Bolts and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening here. It's a pretty intensive early game fight for, given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset.
But that's only the first circle. People are building to...
Flixie, you know, obviously our second place coming out of game 1. Very much fired up, very much confident.
Bryce and Bolt are not going to fold here, though. The forecast tower, the weapons bunker that spawns nearby Dupenhazen, where Bolt and Bryce like to land. And this is something that, you know, they were willing to contest Reet and Ritual for when it was Reet and Ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Vico, Flixie haven't taken over that position. And it's funny because you asked Vico in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players who are actually trying to contest, they'll always tell you the same thing. That's my forecast.
He went there.
And yet,
Hola, what?
They find themselves stuck because
Feliz cumpleaños.
Bryce and Bolts either need to get eliminated or forced out here. Whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
It's pretty incredible. You got to talk with Vico. I got to talk with Bolts and Bolts' brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say, and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. Vico and Flixie seem to be the first, of course, boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card, which means they have everything that they need here to go ahead and be the one to get the first dibs. But Bolts comes in, takes down Flixie from up above. Whose tower is it?
Vico might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of Dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know Bolts and Bryce, now that they've isolated Vico by forcibly eliminating Flixie, they're going to chase him. They do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds the keys to every single storm for the remainder of this game. It is worth so much more than just a set of points. Bolts and Bryce have to think long and hard, and they end up easing off for a second, but it's because Clone and Kromsu is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to be one of the first to fall now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost like an unexpected gift. Clone and Kromsu were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Vico tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get Flixie back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. But Kromsu and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, Bolts has the card, so he actually ends up finding Vico potentially here, or no?
Vico dropped it when
he ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, you know, bring that heat with him. So very, very interesting turn of events here.
But sure, you might have
Do you know Casanat? Do I know Casanat Agent 002? Dennis, did you pay today? Phantom Tag?
I'm not letting you
I'm
escape.
Davis and Chris.
Vico knew
no, I don't know.
There was no reason.
I only know I show
speed. He did not have the materials to
Peterbot.
unless he gave up that key card.
Peterbot looks like your average 2010 kid from a movie.
Well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day. That just really shows you what this tournament means, right? That's not
official gaming chair partner of Vienna Global. Bro, I already got one.
Something so prestigious.
I literally got one already.
Global championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clicks, Venom.
Wait, Clicks the GOAT. They're here. Finally here. They're here.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it. It's opening up right now, and Clicks and Vino the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments, but first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby, though, Giannis and Pixie, so it looks like Janice's rescue mission was a
These
success.
guys don't have any good weapons.
Towards a reboot ban, but again, you have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing Pixie.
These guys don't have good swords.
And now, Reckless Railway's heating up one more time because Vico doubled back, brought Flixie into it, but now Shadow and Virgo trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely. He is a very, very scary player. Once he starts to get situated, game one jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing
but he
but
rebooted
successful
in
as a duo
FPS.
here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixie, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Dayanith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But Vico and Flixie, I mean, we're talking about EU Major 3 winners at this stage, right?
How come no one's wearing the...
Imagine the level of confidence.
How come no one's wearing the Thanos skin?
They are just reeking of confidence, essentially, and for good measure, because Vico,
how come no one's wearing the
Flixie,
Thanos skin?
They've been successful, despite the fact that Vico was incredibly low on material count as well. He's still able to save all Shadow and Virgo, and that is not an easy feat by any means.
Jumping to the other side here, Dukes and Sphinx trying to figure out what's happening down here south on the zone.
Is that Duke, Dennis?
As things are just starting to develop. Clearly, shots are coming in from teams in the distance.
That's the
Meanwhile,
old quarter
Queasy has
fort.
that high ground. Chapto lurking up, trying to see how he can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there. You couldn't even tell.
I don't even know if it's Queasy that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards this surge base he has with Queasy. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he scouted it out. Managed to throw up a wall just in the nick of time. Queasy also on high alert now. But Teeny, they've made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
Gotta respect Thomas HD's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot.
Yeah, that dude was like, no, like building like super fast. I was like, how did he do that? Yeah, how did he do that?
They want to fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now.
How did he do that? Did you see how fast he built? I wish I could build like that.
Rotate to go ahead and
I wish I could build that
find
fast.
a new position here. Find some new real estate, if you will. Meanwhile,
real estate.
At the Grim Gate, we have another rise in Yuma.
I've seen a lot of clips where everybody always does like crazy things at this place.
Phenomenal performance. Ending up towards the top. 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2. Look, we look away, we blink for a second, and
dang!
Onto Phaser.
The lineup is just nasty. You can just tell that Thomas HD and Queasy probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from the knock.
Wait, there's llamas? I haven't seen one this whole time.
I don't even know if they want to cross over to pick up the loot at this point.
Bro, look at this.
Being all too risky with King nearby, but Captain Teeny haven't stopped.
How come I never see Mr. Lust here?
Different duos. I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
It can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chapentini, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness. But Yanis, layer below, Chapentini are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. Premsu, Clone, lurking overhead.
Wasn't there a kid that went like this, and then he lost?
Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chapentini, 130 below. Just mentioned that they're not finding the tag, and it's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and Persa, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos. Not looking too good for EU's Jonas.
One of my friends were from Brazil.
But every
behind him, Chap's hurt.
Shots hurt.
He needs to find the one.
Dang!
So close, but he's gonna
It's over for Chap. It's over for Chap. They're not winning. They're not winning.
Chap, hey,
it's over. They're not winning.
But Giannis and Fixie, they just had too much of an advantage, knowing that the Storm Surge was trickling in, essentially. It just put too much pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking recklessly aggressive fights, not methodically calculated ones.
Reminder, Falcons, Teeny, and Chap were your first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down and out, effectively opening up the leaderboards for other teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as well. I think that this is a duo that has really caught some pretty big attention, given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well finds FKS.
How do they do the instant replay so fast?
Janice, Pixie especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well. But these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that make hit off. So Pixie will find a moment here, but
they carry a lot of big pots and they only carry like 2 guns.
All depends.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start carrying like 2 guns only when I'm playing Fortnite.
From this current position.
Take a look at Epic Way on Muzz right now. Also, below the Storm Surge here, they just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are going to get to real small with the circle.
Damage above.
And it's only going to become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have heals.
The problem is, when you're also a team like Muzz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island. Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
Little update
SX
there.
Vino, SX Click.
KS fully eliminated, so 10th place is out, 1st place is out.
But Chap and the other guy just got eliminated.
Not looking too great right here. Below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that lightning bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing 25 HP over the course of time. Periodically, it'll start to add up. Flixie and Vico.
But if he doesn't use that,
they're fighting all the teams because they need to. Otherwise, they will be sent back to the lobby for not doing enough damage. Here it is. Vico gets slammed in on from 2 angles.
Ooh, it's
over.
Gets
crushed by a devastating shot. Vico hits the one that he needs to.
Wait, these guys were like
guys and Yuma jump into the mix here. This is our team in the lead here. Vico,
well, he's doing box fight. He's doing box fight.
He is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his teammate.
He's just trying to make sure that he can throw Flixie into a safe position. Revive is clearly on his mind.
But they did it.
Balls are going to be sent out. Yuma rise.
Did you see that? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this chat. Look at this chat. Look at this.
The moment has left them. Vico doing so much when it mattered most to hold his ground. And sure enough, the revive is a success. Flixie has been brought back into this battle. And that's going to cause Rise and Yuma to reconsider whether they actually want to take this engagement.
And that was our current 1st and 3rd, or 2nd place teams basically.
Wait, Falcon and Chap are out, even though they were like in 1st place and winning. They won the first game.
Another team very, very desperate here to find the fight. Clicks and Epic Whale are the team not so desperate, but ready to defend. But no, they lose the walls first. This is not looking good. But they end up finding the shots, and Clicks is so fast. He hits one and then the second before they can even notice what happened to them.
Yeah, you
know, Vino clicks that and he won. Oh my god. Look at this. Vino looks like my cousin. Look at that. Dang.
Caught by Vino there. The trap was delayed. So good.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too.
How come they don't have the Duck or Doom thing?
Especially when you consider game number 1 probably got a little bit more messy than what they'd initially intended. So moments like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muzz and Epic Whale here. Muzz is down.
Who is this phase? They've just been letting anybody into phase now.
Back to save his teammate as the
Bro, I want to go on there.
Was doing damage, and Vadil
but I don't feel like playing Fortnite like 28-7.
Why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muzz now has to back off. I don't even think he got to pick up his teammate in time. No, Epic Whale gets finished there. And the development now for Muzz is that he is left by himself with nothing to really work with. I mean, it's all but over for him at this point if Adil and Reason want to push.
People only carry like 2 guns and 2 of those.
Muzz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody
see now, I will no longer carry.
Clutch opportunity. The real issue that I'm seeing right now, though,
I'll only carry 2 weapons now.
Pars right behind where Muzz is currently fixated, and if he wants to press forward, Adil and Reason on the other end of these walls, it's going to cost Muzz so much if he's able to escape.
Bro, it's over for him, bro. It's over for him.
He's looking low on that material count.
Yeah,
this guy looks like 10 to 10, man.
Like, wait, what's left there? Nothing. And I think that was a mistake because now Varial and Reason can tell. Wait, he's still pretty
How do they edit
close,
so
and they
fast?
definitely know he's a weakened solo.
Bro,
But hey,
one
Muzz
shot.
can stay alive. He has the zone.
Oh,
He'll
he's
be
part of
okay
S.
for a little bit of time. Placement points are just moments away. Take a look from the other perspective, how the damage ended up racking up there. An excellent tag by Reason, and then the Surge finishes the job there in the end. So very, very close. Had, you know, they not had that problem, they definitely were the team ahead. But here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. Peterbot and Boyo trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Well, you say that,
Wait, there's
but
something I want to watch
was
real
kind
quick.
of on a rampage in our first
There's
lobby.
what?
But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, Pipoli, Kayota. They are met with an armored wall. The moment that they try to aggress onto Pars and Baka, and be forced to drop to the low ground, seeing they could try and chop out these floors from underneath, but Pars, Baka, they recognize there's too much desperation from this duo. We don't need to take any sort of risky peeks. We're just gonna stave them back.
They kind of have to, though, but no, Pipoli goes up to the box by himself. Baka and Pars are some of the best to do it, though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge, huge opportunity there to get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino on a huge rotate here across the map. Talk about a night and day position to be in. Eland, material, and much more to work with right now. Clix, though, has to buy some time. Get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with, though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
The most important part was looking at both of their material counts. That is a strong build count for them to work with, and they're gonna need every bit of it, because when you look at Titans like Thomas HD and Queasy up on the high ground already, just trying to take advantageous shots, and any of these teams that are starting to trickle their way in, trying to see if they can suppress as many duos as possible to those mid and low ground layers.
Well, here it is. It seems like they've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryson Bolt's going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the zone hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this build here. The cover's been blown.
What is
they back off. Happy with a few tags, but still,
like his
they need
boy band?
more eliminations. Surely more placement points if they want to
Is that
jump
like his
up
boy
to
band or
top
something?
5, as those teams are still in this game. Meanwhile, Queasy still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
And that's for sure. Queasy, Thomas, they're going to try to hold on to hype for as long as possible. Ideally, the entire game, if possible, like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match.
Bro, I wish I could join this.
Very efficient. Found a slight inside rotate despite so much congestion.
XSD Peterbot. Oh, those guys XS solo.
Everybody's got to get a move on now.
Why do they look like that?
Just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion.
I want to see Clix win.
Some of these solos that might be running through these.
Bro's got a porch.
Yeah, those extra layers right there. But look at this, Clix and Vino catching up with a tear there. Peterbot and Boyo find Yuma as well, effectively taking down some of that immediate competition, right? You want to start dropping those players that are up at the top of the standings. If
Look at
you
that. How are they like building so
them,
fast?
It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do, but they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Pico, Flixie, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1. And now, staring down their own demise here. Flixie gonna get knocked. Vico not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one. Just too much pre-existing pressure. But Peterbot controls massive here. Acorn's gonna get caught out. And Peterbot gets the shut down.
Oh, but
Peter Bot's out.
And down goes.
But he got
Peter
revenge.
Bot.
He got
Just
his revenge.
Like that, it's Cold
He
to
got
the
his
rescue
revenge.
basically here, making up for lost time there. And at the end of the day, the real winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, Clix is still alive here, working his way through the game. Queasy and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island.
Clix?
They are looking better than ever.
Wait,
there is
Chap
so much
and
material
Falcon were in first place and now they're in fifth.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see
What?
happen.
Clix is out.
Clix on the other
Vino
hand,
is out.
Alongside of Benno, they're gonna fall back to back. Trulex and Chicho.
Now Twitch
now
and
seeing
Rapid, bro,
that they
they're
can
off.
try and finagle their way into that top leaderboard placements. But Deal's gonna be the next one they knock. Reason forced to play this one out.
Man,
as a
bro,
solo.
they gotta die.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Reason takes down Mustache there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a
Cypher
huge
medallion.
pick up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that. Of all the players that came into the game inside the top 5, Chicho and Trulix are one of the only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings and put themselves into this incredible conversation of a team to look out for right now. Rise and Agers, a great performance. Booga and Rapid show up and get put down.
Wait,
and now
Booga?
it's a top 3,
Boga?
but it's just Pars and Baka down here. Queasy and Thomas
Why is nobody
have all
using
the time in the world.
the
Queasy and Thomas
guy's
are sitting
skin?
like kings right now at height, just watching all this catastrophe unfold underneath. Chicho, Trulex, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky. Trulex gonna opt for the medkit play instead, hope that he can outlast Baka in the process. But again, at the end of the day, he's just staring down Queasy and Thomas on height.
They're starting to look down here. They're starting to put some tags in.
Oh, these
They
are guys
see
from the
what's going
beginning.
on.
I know
It's
these
just
guys.
a matter of moments. 8 eliminations for Queasy and Thomas. They look up. Who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, Baka there, who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, Trulex down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so fast. And Baka has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for Queasy.
And the incredible part about it still, MDF, Queasy already had the record for most victory royales in FNCS finals, but he extends that from 25
Look at
to
him.
now 26 with this last victory royale. Incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up for Thomas HD and Queasy? Pop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. Queasy,
Look at him.
What is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got.
There's no way these guys are. These guys, all they
they
do is play game. Look at his neck formation.
I literally did like 200
This
damage
guy,
every game,
and he
we
won
were
like $10,000
or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there. You've got almost every
His
single
neck, you can tell all he does is
for the
like
FNCS
just
Global
look
Championships.
forwards and
That
just
would
sits
be
down all day.
the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours.
People are
what
leaving.
What do you feel out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, Queasy. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here. Hey, you got cheering you guys' names all the time. Let them hear Fort Worth, Queasy and Thomas HD. Let them hear you. Come on. Right. How does it feel to compete as well in front of an audience like this as well? Obviously, there's 10 games left, but are you embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go hide and not die, and that's what I did, and we won the game.
Okay, I love to see it. And one more time, would you please, Fort Worth, give it up your game 2 winners, Thomas and Queasy! Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good here in the Raw? You guys have been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today.
No.
Don't go anywhere.
Man, and then they're gonna give me some 1-minute ad. And then they're gonna give me like 1-minute ad.
Today I'm gonna propose to Smith.
Wait. There we go. Wait, I just realized the YouTube one is more ahead than the wait, no, the Twitch one is more ahead.
With Fairlight?
Yeah, I know. There's somebody I need to look up real quick.
The only thing you need.
Peterbot. Bro, we're still like an hour. We're still like a minute in. We're still a minute in. Chat, it's not my fault. Chat, don't leave. Bro. I forget this other girl called Monique's.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 2. Queasy, Thomas HD get themselves the victory royale. And on top of that, 10 eliminations. They are looking for that Global Championship title. We interviewed them. You saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top of the lobby, Levin? I mean, Queasy, typical. Finding himself up on the high ground, but the most impressive thing for me that game is
what is even
it's been very hard throughout the entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain the high ground throughout the entirety of the end game, but they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the EU this year, it's not been typical of Queasy, right? This year, we've had to suffer and watch Queasy do this whole... I'm willing to see him up on high. I think everybody expected to see them sort of be playing on all sorts of layers today, but seeing them up there, right, they looked comfortable. They looked like they're in their element. All throughout this game, Thomas HD, another level when it came.
Who are these characters I've never heard in my life?
People below in this game, a top game from Queasy and Thomas.
Just wild to consider, right? Like the fact that they took height around like 8th zone and they just held it, and no one thinks about contesting them. They head on over to Rift Island, flying above. They're like, hey, we don't even have to build. And if anything happens, we've got launch pads out if something were to go crazy. Them getting this victory out is very, very scary, right? Because now they're kind of setting a precedent. You give us high ground, you give us a victory royale.
Starting to see the effect, right, of some of the other teams be impacted earlier on in the game, right? Like, we haven't really seen a Peterbot and Pollo alive in either one of these first 2 games yet, right? We know Clix and Veno also struggling throughout that early game, not really able to find their footing either, which are typical names that we might see go up there or apply pressure. But right now, I mean, when they find themselves up there, if there's no pressure being applied, it might be a little too easy for them.
I mean, I think the great thing for Queasy and Thomas here is that, of course, a lot of people saw that they were going to be landing towards that southeast, and they wondered, landing at that base, are they really going to be able to cook, especially with far zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out of that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid game. Really nice surge-based positioning as well. they clearly have a game plan locked in here that seems to be working, Zeke.
Absolutely, and we actually have a listen-in from that moment on height. So let's take a look at this.
Spring. You don't have a dash? Yeah, I have one. Okay. 1 or 2. Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still.
Bring that top.
Yeah.
I'm dropping late, okay?
Yeah.
Down late. I have no ammo. Can we drop the low ground or what?
Yeah, okay. Well, we can...
Fizz.
Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy. Yeah.
Look up,
Kill last one. Yeah. Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
Get height, don't die.
You heard it. Get height, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just
Where's
two
Ninja?
things we got to do this game. And man, just to see and like get to hear those comms is really special because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm, right? Very little comms. They're not like, hey, we're top 2. Don't freak out. Don't panic. It's just like, hey, here's the information. Top 2. Let's drop. Let's do this.
I mean, it was a great example of just the dynamics of that team, right? Queasy with very clear communication, that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen. But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this. Following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Wait, I just realized. Playing out the rest of the game before it even happens. But that little thing that I saw at the end there, you saw Thomas, he was editing out the floor. So that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way Baka had nothing to kind of land on that was actually inside of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those little things, right? Those little nuanced decision makings, so incredible. We saw there in the first place. Trulix and Chicho in first place by a massive margin there. And to think in this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday.
Where did he hit that?
Shout out to Reed. Was having a little bit of a conversation, and he was like, Trulix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up. They get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random. And to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Trulix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? There's a low elimination players. They play out their match.
I feel bad for the guy in the behind him. He's like, man, I wish it was me here instead.
Med-kits. Once they run out of the mats in the end game, you play your med kits, clutch up some extra points. But if they're going to be able to do that, Zeke,
is it just me, or does like why does every like esports like guy always look like a geek?
At the global championships.
Like I want to like Clicks and Vino are like, well, mostly Clicks is like the only like normal looking one.
Was a little bit different from them.
And everybody else looks like a geek.
Shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount.
I mean, Peterbot looks like Peterbot also looks normal.
We tuned in with them towards the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th, and their storm surge seemed very, very fine. But as you can see right there, a little bit of struggles led to some material deficiency right there, and just a fight going for that. Pollo goes down, and yeah. Again,
see how do they get like shots like they?
We've kind of seen.
Look at that! They would like shoot really fast and then shotgun shoot. How do they do that?
Hang on for the duo. Exactly.
Oh, they just got muted.
The worst it gets.
Man, nobody cares about this guy.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Love to see it. Guys, we want to talk more, but we're getting right back into the action. There's more battle bus action.
Man, nobody wanted to. Nobody cared what this guy was saying.
This is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, NDF, we are approaching the halfway point here in day 1. But what's even crazier to consider still, sure, it's match 3, but tomorrow 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Vino has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the battle bus one more time.
And just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The battle bus is departing one more time here today. And I think also, NDF, one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold, because at this stage, you really want to make sure you're setting yourself up for the best recipe for success heading into day 2, but this halfway mark could really be the telling tale.
Yeah, and we're kind of jumping back to match 1 vibes right here. Cal Gamer, Haman versus CZB and Nathan. They won the first fight, kind of fizzled out the second. This one now is all up to Cal right here. Cal finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot. Very smart position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and
they're the first team away.
Usually have the fight in the
They're the first team off. That's crazy.
For the Middle East.
That is a big clutch opportunity there for Cal Gamer, because him and Aman definitely need to start rebuilding a little bit more in terms of that leaderboard. But again, they're not the only ones with that vision in mind. Merstash, Malibuka, Restored Reels one more time. Oshi, Worthy, and Alex. I love seeing them lurk in the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more Worthy perspective in Alex there, but
I don't know why didn't they just stay together? Why did they go?
Why
did they go away?
Middle East here.
Look at that, he's like low. There was no point of splitting up.
Adapter, whom are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down. Daneth is down as well, and FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly. Look at it from Adapter's perspective. Just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web. And it is over before they can even put down a build.
Guy.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in
Only
as well.
Only one gun
timing.
and you're by yourself?
Phaser
but why aren't they together?
Slight world of hurt here. Phaser trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being, because we've got action heating up here at Restored Reels. So many medkits getting tossed out, but Merstash and Malibuka manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from Merstash's perspective there.
Look, how do they edit so fast?
So fast. Then Malibuka finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes Malibuka even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just gonna come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and Trashy have gone up against Peterbot and Boy, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's gonna stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's gonna take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly gonna get sandwiched here if he's not careful. Peterbot Pollo still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're gonna choose to just try and work their way through Charon's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
Oh, FaZe Guy, it's over.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now. Chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you can be. Kiros takes down Shari. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps.
That was so sad. Why did they say it like that?
Duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Queasy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for Queasy and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what Queasy's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger.
Wait, who's
those
winning?
shots when they
Commentator
matter.
like that? Is he winning or losing?
They have to make up for that shortcoming in
Adapt.
game number 2,
Adapt,
falling in
you
the
know
mid game.
Yeah, and it's all gonna pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower. One that's situated in between Reckless Railways, Mount Olympus.
Bro, there's like guys right there. How do you not see this?
Realistically, Bryce Bolts, you have to keep in mind, Ifanazen, their backyard,
that's
exactly
sad.
what they're after. They find Job and Michael trying to just sneak around the low ground, but it's not going to work this time.
Bro, they both shot him at the same
Bryce
time.
find their first elimination. That's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the forecast tower in comparison to
That's
maybe
sad. They just
Pico
killed a
Quixie,
guy and his
depending on
teammate
what
just
their
left.
surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little
Imagine the guy who was
difficult
like
for them,
1 point off from
Swizzy
going
and
here.
Jafko, right? Talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. Swizzy finding his footing here.
But everybody should wear sweat skins. Where's the...
Just one of the two for now, but still, eliminations starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Clix and Vino make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here.
They better fight.
Still cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Clix and Veno are more than aware of just how much attention the forecast tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if Veno and Clix were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Giras, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into
How did he
play
miss?
from
Vino
Cold
never
and
misses.
Acorn and sharing.
X.
Probably
Vino
a
got
little bit
into
happy
X
about having some of that
like-
pressure alleviated temporarily.
Like really easily because he's best friends
Vino
with...
saying, wait, is that a
Clix.
solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the cactus here. This map awareness from Clix and Vino, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Giras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. Flixo and Vico here do
They're
not
still
want to give
following this guy?
one up here.
They're
They
still
have
following
chased
this guy.
Michael into the storm.
It's over.
Who Michael just wants to save his teammate Job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryson Bolts, now through Vico and Flixian. Just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vico's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and Mipoli. But Ritual, he's lost his shield entirely, has more than enough to recover, though. But what he needs is for Reet to continue to
Tomb
buy
Raider
him time.
skins?
So much pressure. Both
Kit
Mipoli and
X,
Toyota
the
choosing
Meatboy,
to take the same
I don't know
angle,
what that
at
is.
least for right now. But that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for Reet and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
We get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. As I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things
Me
are
and this
starting to
guy
get
look the
updated
same.
here.
Wait, no, I look better. I look better. I look better. I look better. I'm mugging.
Players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talk
Exit,
about
Ritual.
Asian teams in the distance. You have Zagu up close. You have Bobby getting closer
Bobby?
and closer. So it's almost like Reet and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Booga and Aviv are also kind of moseying their way
Bogus
over
here.
towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker. But Reet shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still forcing him back. It's clear that Reet and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Oh, Kyoto and Mapoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance. Chicho and Trulix, the surprise pop-up in that end game last round, really showing up for themselves there. Team
How come they
Falcon
always
and
get this
Valiant.
gun?
I'm proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man.
Ooh.
Okay, Chicho, we understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel control the way that they're actually moving on the map.
Oh, look at
That's
this.
sad.
Unfortunately, second place Rise and Yuma now down and out.
They just showed some guy losing.
Opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Vico and Flixie continuing the story here.
They only got 4 points.
Now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they could take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Baka and Pars, outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather dangerous position because keep in mind, Trulex Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Baka and Pars. Smart disengage given that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. Baka and Pars, honestly not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Baka, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to
make plays for Forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot, Poya, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Baka and Pars as well to just maintain their map position because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Booga, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Baka and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the loot. But
what? It's over. It's over for him. It's over for him.
Tini gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Baka. Baka down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chapentini secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go ahead and spawn out of that.
hours you might have type in the chat.
Capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chapentini as well. Baka Pars recognize more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted,
they're playing on music for your birthday.
Ample amounts of bricks, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And it seemed as if there are a couple more duos trying to make their way towards top of the Rift Island. Venom Flix also still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge type damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside Storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers make a massive difference as well as far as having the heals. To string together a strategy like this, Cammy and Seti clearly have a stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like we've seen it happen every single time.
They switched it because they didn't want to show some guy die.
Welcome the storm, right? To stay away from the other opponents there.
I'm going to watch you while that.
Cammy and Seti, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly the best.
Bro, don't watch me while, do not watch me while you're there. So, just have fun with your family members.
No surprise, really, they were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least. That's our
I'm just watching the Fortnite NFCS Championship.
Jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Find some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism are under some heavy pressure. Those Storm Surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
Wait, Lightning?
Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in. Drop down to low ground. Just letting the Storm Surge kind of do its thing here for now.
I've never seen that lightning thing.
Casper doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of Pixie and Jonas. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well.
134 below.
Also lurking nearby.
Oh, is that what happens when like you're low, like in the Fortnite tournament thing?
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield cracked has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Giannis and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. Merstash Malabuka instead gonna strike from behind.
What?
Casper, Prism, they were so fixated on Giannis and Pixie, they had no idea the real threat that awaited directly behind them.
Yeah, now Merstash and Malabuka have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the Storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, he was likely thinking this was what was left of the other team that was just there. And Jonas falls for being out of position now. Merstash and Malabuka really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by Merstash and Malabuka, though. The way that they were able to separate Giannis and Pixie in that moment. Keep in mind,
bro, how did they edit so fast?
Definitely
how did they edit so fast?
Yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of Malabuka and Merstash. Their chemistry definitely aligned. Pixie still trying to do what he can, but Malabuka and Merstash, they know it's a solo hidden somewhere amongst the rubble of these pre-existing builds. Pixie trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better position, but he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand all the shots coming in. Malabuka and Merstash with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
And you see it from Merstash's perspective onto Casper. Say, huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to Storm now. For Vino and Clix, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clix's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon, but talk about problems here. Kanata's got a big one.
I'm only watching this for Clix and Vino.
Trashy on the other side of the wall, and no teammate. Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with Kanata right now, is now found himself.
Wait, Cooper literally
Kanata
sucked and died.
to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the shipping station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but Kanata has done a decent job.
He's been doing random stuff.
At forcing Trashy back, and in fact, Trashy so low, Kanata not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can find some a little bit more time, and Kanata's got to be careful, because Queasy and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know Queasy and Thomas have the confidence coming off
and
that last
3, 2, 1, switch.
On the other side, though, it's Agers and Rise who are on the move right now. Rise going to be the first to fall in this exchange here.
Who lands Hosa? I don't know.
Of Bolts, it seems. Bolts and Bryce
Who is that?
get the elimination credit here. And Bolts and Bryce are holding on just
his family.
And
SG
Bryce to stay in the storm. He needs
family to scream when they showed him on screen.
Here to go and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the Storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. Agers, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. Agers goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muzz and Epic Whale. Tries to go for the axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there.
Yeah, I was
on
checking
this
my
back
friend.
edge.
Bro, I want
to
win.
One problem after another now.
It's
Since
over for
match
him.
one for Epic Whale and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult
if he doesn't
to
pop
ask
bandages,
Epic
it's
to
over.
do much more at this point, given the situation.
Epic just hoping he
loser.
can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously.
His dream was shut down.
Just down from a distance.
Who's winning?
Not much left to do except
I don't even know.
sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah, definitely. Will
Fucking
set
Chico's
them back,
out.
given that they set themselves up with such a strong position now after that first game. Obviously coming in with a little bit of a lead, but how long can that lead last? When you have people like Peterbot and Pollo putting sights on you. And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Yet again, Dukes now forced to play this one out as a solo.
Dang, it's over. That's what they get for jumping somebody.
Wiped out.
Bro, they literally thought they could solo.
Be very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. And even better for the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, who are very much there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even needing to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto Trulex. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, Merstash now trying to make their approach towards Queasy and Thomas. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Pollo, they're currently sitting inside a top 3, 3rd place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots, tags, connecting onto Queasy, but the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against Peterbot and Pollo right now, as they have got themselves the natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, Queasy finds himself in a bad rotate.
It's over, it's over, bro. It's over. Behind you, behind you.
This game.
Behind you, bro. He's not winning. It's over, bro.
Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's got to break through Yapko and Swizzy, throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him. But unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. Peterbot and Pollo more than content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here.
But if you get high ground, you win the game. If you get high ground, you win the game.
But you have EU's Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tags onto the roofs of these builds. Huddy and Kovacs have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's going to get super scrappy down here.
Thanks, chat.
They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top
Casey Matchster
position now.
Melok Boca.
But things are slowing down. Everyone really thinking about what the next move's going to be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. Merstash, Malabuka look up. They say no. Peterbot and Pollo are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually going to opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're going to make their move, but they're so late on this
that guy
rotate.
looks like Mr. How come Mr. Savage wasn't invited? Please die, please die.
Oh,
let's go. Let's go. Loser. I hate superhero skins. People are like, why are people screaming?
Merstash, Malabuka now caught wind of Reet. Unfortunately, front side of zone is not going to be controlled by Reet and Ritual much longer. Malabuka, Merstash here to play.
Yeah, and they
why does he have a golden
top
pump?
5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here, because everyone wants placement points. But the problem is now you're giving Peterbot and Pollo so much more time to decide about how they basically want to win.
Why is nobody shooting?
Here.
Just shoot like that tiny.
Ritual still trying to work his way through. He's crouching. He's breaking the build.
He's out of.
Peterbot and Pollo MDF. I hate to call it early, but they are looking primed.
They don't have ammo anymore.
Here in match 3, unless Merstash and Malabuka have something to say about it, currently contesting Yapko and Swizzy. This could be a massive refresh for
Wait,
Builds.
I just realized.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malabuka and Merstash put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto Merstash to go in and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing. Right hand peek here for Merstash is going to work well. Peterbot and Polio jump down from the high ground to go and get in the mix. One of those goes to them.
Peterbot's going to win.
Malabuka's down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and Polio, hungrier than ever, is going to get one.
Polio, oh my god, but Peterbot's going to win. Peterbot's going to win. He's going to put, he's gonna put this in his edits. He's gonna put this in his edits. He's putting.
This could be massive.
Cool.
Swizzy could actually take it, but Peterbot trying to shut that tree down. Peterbot, oh my god, is all he needs. Swizzy takes it home.
But that was so close.
And Polio gets taken down to the hands
But they were
of
so
Swizzy.
close to winning. Did you two ever give me mine?
In the end, just when you thought it was over,
What?
just when you thought he didn't
Does
have a
your
chance,
stream go slower than in real life? Yeah.
Have to put
I've done a real live stream.
respect onto Swizzy's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up.
He's like, this guy is 14 years old. These guys are 14 years old. They just show their age. These guys are 14 years old.
You managed
this
to
guy's
stall
14
that
years old.
perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went down.
I don't know, like it was actually not as hard.
Is he Russian?
Not as hard. Not as hard. Peterbot and Pure have been
This
very
guy's
strong
14 years old.
so far, but Yapka, you guys are looking very good too.
Oh no, it's like, yeah, well, for like,
how
when
has
you
it felt for
text,
you two as a duo?
I see it
Is everything
instantly,
panning
but
out
like,
as you
stream is
expected?
delayed. Well, every YouTube stream is
yeah, we just
always
adapted
delayed
very
by
good,
like
I think,
10 seconds.
We're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Obviously, we got a bit of a halftime break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest and relax for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take a some break, like relax and think about the next 3 games.
And I'm going to ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Swizzy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just calling behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Swizzy and Yapko, everyone!
Other people, the players
Thank you very
didn't.
much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam. You can blame me. Most people do. My gosh, Swizzy here. You could tell in the moment that like Swizzy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking. And it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Pollo. How many people in that exact situation? You're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game. And he answers the 1v2.
One of those games that you go ahead and you're like, yeah, this one's dope.
We all thought.
Peterbot and Pollo, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, Swizzy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. Peterbot just not having everything reloaded right there at the end.
Yeah, he soloed
We
one.
are in the Swizzy era, man. I can't believe it's
He
taken us
soloed
so long
that.
to see this player on the big stage. And if this is
He
what we've been
soloed
missing
that.
out
He
on,
soloed
oh
it.
my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy
He
has
soloed
been
that.
at the highest level of Fortnite.
That guy
for
sounds
about
like
a year
KSI.
now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Fruitrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh
That's
my
his
goodness,
family
I mean,
members.
Cool, we get to see him.
That's his
but it's
family
not gonna
right
be
there.
The full power duo we thought we would. But Swizzy and Yapko been looking good, man, and Swizzy in particular, shining as always.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long.
True.
In those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duels remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Swizzy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Pollo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate, but then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes. But the difference there was that Peterbot and Pollo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of Queasy and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had high ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there, you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know.
Because he was reloading. That's sad.
It's such a great sign.
That's why you don't use that shotgun, because it's good for damage, but then reloading is boo-boo.
Worst games we'll see them have. And yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
We got to take this to a listen in from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from Peterbot and Pollo. Let's take a look.
All right. We can get all left and get high. We can get all left and get high. Come.
Wait, why he sound like that? Why does Pollo sound like that?
35. They're looking. 30.
Look here, no bills.
Yeah.
Why do they keep muting it?
13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked. I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just look at the team's frame.
I'm looking. Duo.
Why do they sound like that? I thought they were gonna sound like deep voices.
60, no bills.
I thought they were gonna be like, yo, what's up, chat?
Give me coin.
Yeah.
Give me coin. Right here.
He's like, give me coin.
He's reloading. Guys?
Always great to actually listen into the comms.
He lost because he was reloading.
Comms. You were listening to them over at EWC. Compared to there, what's the comparison?
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quieter. I remember some of his teammates on the key, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, Peter, but the communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice. I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right, at that point, second place, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all off the bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, they're in first place. No surprises there. I think it's interesting how even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole Raft situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NAF and CSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves and been able to run with it, have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means, again, he doesn't have as much ammo, he can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that. Small, fine margins, but it's, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the wrap because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. For first 2 games was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the wrap.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to just disrupt them and their plans. So just crazy. Malibuca Mustache as well, 3rd in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game 1. Malibuca Mustache just had this horrible game. They're just shambles the entire time. They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging 3rd place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, Malibuca and Mustache, that game number 3 right there, they actually took it to Alex and Rory. They elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their POI. They did not leave reels at all, right? It was remained in the zone. And I think they picked up like 3 more eliminations from the POI alone, just picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that POI, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp Fortnite this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not Malibuca and Mustache's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them and they want to fight people. And they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element here on LAN.
I wanted to call out their 6th place chap in team. We see them just go up a few points there. They managed to fight that Rift Island, fight for that Rift Island and claim it. But we did not see them in that end game, right? Think back, they won game number 1, and then it's kind of, they're not necessarily stalling out, but there's something that is kind of keeping them from hitting these final few end games. What's going on? What do you think?
Well, maybe it's the giant surprise of them not landing where we were kind of expecting them to land. They're actually landing over at the Nitro Dome, right? Which, you know, very, very like them to kind of just randomly land somewhere. And maybe we're kind of seeing the effects of that, right? Maybe now that players around them have kind of adapted to how those rotations are kind of being made by them. They're like, oh, so this team's going to be doing this now. We're obviously not going to allow them to do that or something like that. But I'm sure there's adaptations being made by some of these players.
Absolutely. I wrote down a whole long list of like effects of them switching up their drop and the team's effects. Before we get to that though, right? Them landing at Nitrodrome, some added context, it was the spot they landed at, right? Last season, right? When they were playing. And when you actually look at where they were deciding to land, they never really committed to a spot, right? At one point, they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to Kanada and Cooper a couple days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitrodrome. They knew, they were like, 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Trapattini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking these little nuanced things. How do we get the upper hand on all of these duos? And of course, now being the halfway point, it is more important than ever to do so.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you actually brought up that halfway point, right? And quote unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. Right. They're actually behind the scenes right now. And right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right? Kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition, but the opportunity to also talk to their coaches who are hopefully seeing things that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches that are here, right? We were talking to Sven and Razari, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
I mean, I gotta wait 2 minutes for this garbage.
Maybe the question isn't if esports is a real sport, but if real sports will ever be like.
Man, I hate the reason I hate esports is because everybody looks like a geek. Like, I'd rather watch soccer because everybody actually looks like somebody, and then everybody here looks like a geek. I wish that I could win. What is this?
Beach, no?
Man, screw these people.
The Daytona, yeah, get in mind, this is the Daytona map.
What am I looking for here?
It's a... Exactly.
Always a method. I wish I could see this shit. Hold on. Let me.
Who is this guy? What is he so famous for? Play Kid Boy Max?
Fuck.
Who is this guy?
Y'all see? And it get way worse than that.
Make face great again?
Y'all see? None of that was there before.
Who
now,
is
for anyone
this?
wondering where is that?
opportunity. You got.
I'm coming. I'm coming to hit you with my car. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Oh, come here. Come here. No, I missed him. Oh my God, that was actually embarrassing. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. This is my favorite thing to do. Monk. Where's he at? Oh, nice. I got that guy. Okay.
Who is this?
Oh, I hit him 24. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh my God, I'm getting lit up.
Everyone
Oh, that's scary. Okay, hold on. Where's this guy at?
Chat, look at this. I just found some.
All right, you know what? You know what? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. I'm gonna get you in my car. Better get over here, bucko. Oh, shoot. All right, you know what? That's embarrassing. Okay. Oh my God, you have to be kidding me. Oh my God, you have to be actually kidding me. Oh my God, you have to be kidding me. Flip my car. Ah, flip my car. Okay, get in.
Bro.
Get in. I'm coming to get you. Where you at?
Back.
Where you at, buddy? Oh my God, you have a car too? Okay, get the freak out. This was my idea, okay? Oh, hey, there's somebody in the water. Hello. Vehicular.
Jack, can someone tell me who Playboy Max is?
Cause we gotta get this clean. This shit is
Try a dry erase for
Mongrel.
Everything worked out so well from them on high.
He's not even watching the game anymore.
Faster instead of a 4.
I can't lie, I predicted that was gonna happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really it is the nerves, right? That's the biggest moment that Peterbot's had of the day.
And there's like some girl dancing in the background.
He tried to take the
Who
fight,
are
and
these?
unfortunately it just didn't go his way. But that's how it happens sometimes.
But even without the victory royale, Peterbot and Pollo are currently sitting in first place, and I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep this going?
I 100% think
Are these
they
like
do.
famous people or
Consistency
something?
is key, and in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency. And Pollo, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit. So just a big shout out to Pollo.
Well, speaking giving credit, Swizzy, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of Yapko and still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out Swizzy. He is a phenomenal player playing with Yapko. Obviously, shout out Vanyak for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still
In 10
have
minutes?
a very good shot at taking that top spot. So just because Peterbot and Pollo are there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting a post-Global Championship live stream, so make sure you tune in. I can't wait. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are constantly streaming FNCS watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch, you can go to Jacob MVPR because I'm the most valuable Puerto Rican in this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob. What?
Yeah. That's Jacob.
Dude, I love Jacob PR, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much to Life with Panda, Jacob PR. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we still have 3 today, 6 tomorrow, but under that 1.5 times multiplier. We're already seeing games go crazy. Things kind of unfold, maybe not in ways we expected. What have you guys been seeing and that maybe excites you about the last 3 games?
Why don't we go ahead and start with the early game here, Levin, right? There's big questions around, well, pretty much almost every single spot on the map. Yeah. But I think Brutal Beachhead was a big question mark. How was Acorn and Colden and Alex and Sato going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 is a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, and that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if they weren't uncontested, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up. Adam Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me the leaders of our competition right now. Peterbot and Poyo join me here in the player lounge. Fellas, it has been an unbelievable start of proceedings. Peterbot, 23 eliminations. Looking 23, I think so. Both you guys so far, yeah. Leading it. He was like, just me? 23, so. But he expects that. He expects 23 straight up after bat. What's that?
I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy. Like 16 or 17.
Okay. I mean, whatever happens, he's looking strong.
Sound like
very much in the lead here. Poyo, walk us through the
Poyo
first
looks like this one guy that I know at school.
Forecast towers first and foremost. You guys got it one time so far.
Wait.
Does that kind of
does nobody see Peterbot's
issue, or you guys just kind of like
neck
heading
posture
through whatever happens regardless?
But Peterbot should like use the money that he's getting from this to like
a team,
fix his
back.
back.
Sitting in like a bush.
Because that's actually bad.
After we were able to get to the forecast,
Poyo has like a better back
no
than.
one contested or anything. The next 2 games we weren't able to get it because they didn't spawn.
Well, we saw as well, like the zone shifting left, right, and center for you guys. How's it those first 3 games adapting as well? We saw, you know, you're going to be a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You saw in the elimination feed clicks in that first game as well.
This is why I choose to be lifting weights
I mean, it's not like I felt good. It was just like
this is why I choose to be lifting weights.
So he got eliminated, and basically, I just got like 5 eliminations in one zone, and then like the win, like that are expected to win, and yeah, I mean.
Talk me through that exchange as well. There was Swizzy right at the very end of that last game there. Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? Or you just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got a 12 elimination second, so it really doesn't matter
15,
to me.
14,
We're in first by
16,
40 points or something.
Voice is like
looking good. Poyo, I've got to ask you as well. We heard the crowd as well going wild. Obviously, you guys.
They're in first place.
I think home court advantage to a degree. How does it feel for you as well? We're playing alongside Peterbot when you kind of hear the hype around from the fans here in the stadium and at home too.
I mean, it's amazing. It brings me up as well, like with Peter's fans. I mean, it affects me too.
Yeah. Well, you guys have had an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another?
He looks like my friend Tony Javis.
And so far, it's looking very, very good for Peterbot and Poyo. For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
Where's Clicks? Is that Clicks?
You know, I think one of my favorite things about Peterbot, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay? I love that, obviously, they're amazing.
How come he's more famous than Clicks right now?
I love that Peterbot talks so much because Poyo is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really, really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with Peterbot is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all 3 of us on the desk here. You know, he could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, you know, how Adam sort of asked him, like, do you sort of let losing that 2v1 affect you? And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place. It isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter. But, bro, 12 eliminations and a second place, that's still a ton of points.
Right.
And as he called out, he eliminates the second through 5th teams. At that point, you're like, cool, I'm just creating a gap for me and Poyo.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really, really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something prior to the break, right? We were like, okay, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves with coaches, everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was there was a bunch of teams actually switching up their spots. I felt like we were seeing a bunch of different people in areas of the map in early game where they just shouldn't have been. Like King and FaZe were all the way in like the southeast of the map. I think Michael and Job was somewhere there as well. At one point we're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly there's been big switch ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on LAN?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, you know, Peterbot's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very, very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day one, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right, they're going to be in this competition. And when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a list in from this last one, so we'll see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, by the way. Are they? I see their squad.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I can go far.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay. I'm like lurking around, okay? 100.
61 or 60 another.
Just take our time, take a minute, take a minute. Right here. 34.
Don't be something to that. You got 3 builds, here's my mess.
Crack them.
Here's my mess. I'm on it. 81. Come on, let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
That's so much, bro. We're chilling. We're literally vibing.
You are the best, bro. Good work.
We love getting those listens, right? Really getting to hone in on how are these duos communicating, what are they kind of calling out, and I just love these like little sneaky tactics, right? Really utilizing those third angles to kind of just sit underneath that little stair and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned, I'm down, you're on your own.
Yeah, sounds like there was actually an adaptation. I mean, there, right? Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And I mean, you saw the situation in terms of Luke. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Alex and Tato were all geared up, ready to go. Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to Sven about, right? Their coach. He talked about the prep they've been putting into off-spawn situations. I think they got a really bad reputation for off-spawns after what we saw in season 2 of this year, where they got bossed at Grimgate by Peter Bottom Boyo. We'll see that under the rag, right? Pretend that never happened. Right. And I think they've come into the Global Championships much more prepared, better ideas, different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro adjustments, Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of, the single decision they made sent ripples throughout the game. I'm really interested to kind of tap into that and kind of discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game 1, the effect on one of the teams nearby to the Nitrodrome. Rise and Ages, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini of Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. Yeah. You look at Chapentini, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do? They're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitrodrome. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Clicks and Venom, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini are sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switch things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land at Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like Clicked and Venom, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of adding like, or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments like new teams landing in the area can make all the difference.
And I think too, when we kind of remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the duos are kind of have like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing the situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, and now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? Vico, Flixie versus Bryce and Bolts, so much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right? You know, for Vico and Flixie here versus on EU, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing.
Yeah.
Right? That's what happened when you... point where at, you know, Major 3, teams weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryce and Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual. They've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight, and they will be successful at times. So how do Vico and Flixie adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at Vico Flixie, we go, just that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're gonna let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the Forecast Tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown, crazy, but it is that time. Once again, we are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that Vivid Shirt is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because Peterbot and Pollo have technically put NA on top.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances, but let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4, the pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals. And you might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as Huddy is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Sky and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now Kovacs and Huddy are in 4th place, but it's not looking good as they get taken out. The first team to fall now to Scroll in Sky. And it has to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head-to-head, and Huddy just didn't have a weapon.
Just didn't find enough damage when he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Roost inside that building. You know where the fort respawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. Malabuka, Merstash, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by Merstash of the drop map. Love the printout, but Merstash, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceania, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly Resigns and Damo have managed to really hold their own up against Clix and Vino, but you know, Clix and Vino have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter. And we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Clix and Veno had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalake Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalake and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Sato's versus what Acorn and Colton managed to do.
I want to see clicks.
And
they
this
keep
is why
showing
you're
like
seeing
other
them
people
push
that I
up
don't
with
even
such
care
confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much
players
qualified to be here. Quite literally,
qualified to be here, bro. I should have qualified.
So
I should have been there
let your guard
myself.
Down.
Someone like
One
me should have
mistake
been there.
and it'll be the
Instead
end
of the only
of your
person that looks
game,
normal is
that's
like a
for
couple of
sure.
these people.
Even now,
Peterbot, bro, he's like 2 years younger than me. Bro,
defended
is
well.
17, 16, 15 years old.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll
Oh,
still
this
have
time
that
this guy's got
opportunity to
mats and
bother
guns,
you
because last time
maybe
he was sucking
and
on it.
consider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
There's nobody around these guys.
For Thomas HD and Queasy, they do the same scrapping every opportunity up here. And, you know, Thomas HD and Queasy, we kind of talk about their draw spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between, you know, how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Booga and Aviv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation. Really, no one nearby.
It's not even Christmas yet.
What is it that's missing there, right?
It's not even Christmas yet.
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements, essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even bother with fighting back, because so many different circumstances now. We've seen teams just immediately go on the retreat, go on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge. But Peterbot Pollo revealed medallion as well.
They always get the medallion.
Plenty of ammunition as well inside of that Striker Burst assault rifle. So Peterbot Pollo hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there, though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Vino and Clix is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clix and Vino and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and Yuma, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for Yuma and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like Yuma would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, Swizzy in the distance, but Thing Walks still behind. Yuma and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurp Trek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight, because at the very least, they need the siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games. Really, really, really tough positions to be in, as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but if they can just overcome that, see what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance, we'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and Epic Well, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that Mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muzz and Epic Well, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here.
It's
they
over,
take down
but they were
Mustache
goated.
and Malabuka, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise and Yuma that just stepped up out of nowhere? No, it's TT Rise and Cooper, and A players. Agers and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and Kanata, they're in the distance, side by side.
be a big moment, though, for Rise and Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard, essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and Kanata. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding
he gets up.
It is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit Malabuka Mustache falls, so Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process. We're not even sure if he gets the reboot card, so we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Rich will have a big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and Mipoli, who's hunting them down right now.
How did he drop that stuff so fast?
All in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Some qualifications and armored walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad camera angle. Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. Sharam, Zagu though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's gonna make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize.
But they're not even getting good stuff from
he
there.
would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate, feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with Sharam and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin current corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and Sharam are really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside, though, is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for Sharam and Zagu, and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, trickle effect damage towards Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aviv and Bugha, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here, just aside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give their respect, and I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, Flixie, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for Vico. Flixie instead, different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and Persa, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. Vico gets just punished by Persa's shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for Vico when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but Persa, Ed,
oh my God,
they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from Vico and Flixie.
Very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. Thomas HD and company, Trulex and company are
Bro, like when people just flying, they just start shooting.
Our 1st place lead, Peterbot and Boyo here, set up for the Rift Island. They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that Peterbot just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He's definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from top of Rift Island.
Bro, where's Clicks? They're not even showing how Clicks and Vino are in 10th
exactly
place.
how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Boyo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Wait, these were the guys that won the first game.
Well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Reet is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Reet and Ritual continue to find teams to fight.
Do you have to pay to join
this time, even with a health
or do you just have to, like,
disadvantage?
Like, be really good at Fortnite and pull, like, views.
Yeah, but Reet, he could get full HP whenever he wanted to.
Like, Harvester, are you
so
thinking about joining that?
Off with Ritual as well.
Chat,
they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for Reet.
Got it. 140, 140.
Nice. I'm getting in.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
Wait, what is that? I thought that guy had a deep voice. All these guys sound like geeks.
100 dead.
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body.
The tone.
Oh wait, no, that was the guy at the bottom. Never mind, he doesn't have a deep voice. I take that back.
Let's relax.
It's like it too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really.
How many views are like right now?
It's crazy. There's still those.
86.
That's a left side peek through the window edit, and Reet, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
Punished for that. Jumping into a Jonathan Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. It's gonna be Andalex and Sato even, and Andalex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for, but Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie, gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato to keep his duo's hopes alive, and Sato calls through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down, Sato coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. Sato finding his stride in the late half of the tournament after being, again, contested fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for Sato, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange, unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now. Trying to make your way out of the storm, not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now.
This guy is lucky he chose to be an esports player for Fortnite instead of League of Legends or any other game. I wonder if like esports players can become good at any other game.
A solo in the 6th zone.
Look at this, his head is like.
He had his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is going to be the resulting team.
Oh, this is where they caught Boyo.
The reason Boyo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for.
Do they got Siphon for this?
He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify the first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down
I'll be right
basically
back.
the Kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much-needed heat check to Peterbot and Pollo, kind of just reminding them, you might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cole currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points if they want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now, teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but got to hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there, and Larpex, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clix and Veno, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, be exact. And Veno already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but Yuma has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Booga actually gonna be the one credited for that takedown, but Veno, Clix just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well and making sure to go unnoticed.
Clix out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo, and arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. Blueberry Fizz comes out. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Veno
nice.
just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. Veno clicks on a box up momentarily, but Thomas HD from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Queasy here continue to do these wonderful rotates, the first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peterbot as well, fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside of his own gameplay. Veno also barely managed to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clix and Veno at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but Veno was there still. Just Flowberry Fizz, the refreshes now. Things are starting to come together. Peterbot's got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for Peterbot right now, unfolding before our eyes here. As he continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from Peterbot right there. He should have known better.
Clix on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for Gadu. CM might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clix, Veno, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Flixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way from their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. Flixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to pull out. He's trying to cut off Queasy, and he finds him falling straight to the ground.
Queasy jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the Flowberry Fizz. Unfortunately, now Vico and Flixie have a real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it, solidify their spot straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names alive. Booga, Aviv, Quanti, and Gone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from Thomas HD onto Queasy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're gonna opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over. All this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom, but again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and Flixie. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby here, and everyone is folding underneath them. Flix down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in ult from every direction, and it's not gonna be enough. Clix has been taken out.
He did find Booga there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. Thomas HD is almost figuratively and literally putting Queasy on his back this game right now, and Queasy gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. Booga, Aviv still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them, because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here. And now finding Max to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
Flexi and Vico from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Booga and Aviv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost Queasy yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Skrull doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Vico and Flixie to hold their ground. They're gonna cut Skrull off in the process. Vico nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead we'll have to watch that one slip away.
Vico finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for Flixie and Vico. Booga and Aviv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Vico and Flixie. Give it a second, though. No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, Booga's trying to, you know, make this a war of attrition, and they find an elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Vico and Flixie are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aviv on the backside there. Vico losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Vico nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for Aviv and Booga, they're gonna get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. Aviv nearly has it, but Vico and Flixie, just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. Vico and Flixie, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Vico and Flixie! Come on up here, boys. Come on, enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiling, so happy, and you must be very happy with the Victory Royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, Queasy goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key like forecast this game, because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, you know, because we needed like a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said the spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really kind of like really tight go of things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. Flixie, what's it been like first 4 games into Global Championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. Like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do in these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win because it's 1.5 point, but I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Vico, I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flixie. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Vico and Flixie, everyone, please. How does that feel when you have the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know?
You just got a victory royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
Better. I can always do better, you know?
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for Vico and Flixie! Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
I hate the 20 minutes. But I saw one while I was like getting something. I was doing something like on the other rooms. Bro. Still streaming W. Stream lagging.
Hold on. An Oreo snack cake. Yes, sir. Yummy, fluffy, soft milk. Yes, sir. I can have my cake and Oreo cookie.
Man, we're not watching this.
Oreo.
The W's were not in my chat today. Wait, I almost have 1,000 stream points from Fortnite. 1,000 stream points. Man, I'm not buying the new 2K18 Compassion. Wait.
I'm afraid no ghosts. Careful, there's people over here, just an FYI, be very careful. I'm afraid no ghosts. Yeah.
Oh.
He's coming in. Oh shoot, there's 2 of them! Oh my god, there's 2 of them! Ah, there's 2 of them!
Oh my god.
Shoot, okay, oh my god. Oh my god, you brat! Oh, you freaking brat, dude. Oh, we died. I was trying to run. It's okay, guys, we tried. Is this Fortnite FNCS game? This is Fortnite, what? Wait, I don't know what the heck FNCS is. It was Fortnite Reload. Fortnite Battle Pass. Said it was Silly Bop and it replaced Bop with that.
What?
Hey, bye Santi, thanks for playing. That was fun. Thanks for the game, guys. We did good. They were definitely sweats.
Yo, is this FNAF?
Alright, have an amazing rest of your day, guys.
Bye.
I'm peacing out. Alright, we don't have to play Reload anymore because I finished that. So we can go back to 0 builds. Eliminate players. Let me see what else. Fire shells, reload, daily quests. Oh, there's also reload stuff. I'll play reload later. I don't really care for it. I'm not a huge fan of reload. It's alright, I guess. Collect ammo while you have a specialist hired. Damage opponents with the Monarch pistol. Ghostbusters! Fortnite mobile app? Oh, wait. Oh my god, cute! Oh my god, cute, I won! Oh my god, wait. How do I get this? Earn XP in the Fortnite app. Worldwide on Android, iOS, and the European Union. my god, I won. Look at the little paws. Oh my god, they're so cute. Okay, good night. What's different about reload? Reload, like you can reload. I don't know. It's like, ooh. Wait, I kind of vibe with this already. Wait, I vibe with this song. What?
I'm not watching this.
Next in queue, by the way.
Wait, I just realized I was on my phone. Who is this?
You were sitting like right up there, but now she's gone. You haven't meet her? No. Come with me.
Dickie's Arena.
Moxie, like you control this. Okay, yeah. Hi, Shad. I'm Moxie. Like, you got changes in the game and stuff. Yeah, I got you. En Monterrey sí hay. Sí, en Monterrey imagínate que hicieron, pero sería como del. Sería normal.
Nobody knows who these people are. I only know these people because of clicks.
Hi, baby Apple. How are you?
Okay, what's up with your boyfriend?
No sabía que la podía hacer por enfrente. Oh my god, hi Daya. Hola Ditz, ¿cómo andas? Hola Smiley, hello.
Is that clicks and Mr. Savage? Oh, she's Mexican. Why would somebody say that?
Hi chat. Hola, te mando. Hi drink. Gracias. Wow. Thank you, Smiley. Hola, Gurka. ¿De dónde eres? De México. Hi, Brian. Hello. Hello, Lexi. Hey, Twist. Las partidas faltan. Faltan esta y otra partida. Se acaba. Para el día de hoy.
Mongrel.
I'm going to Spain 3 weeks. You teach me Spanish. I'm not from Spain.
Adaptations, right? Maybe that's what we kind of can see from that halftime.
Oh, bro, Vico's 1 point behind now.
Big shock to me. We've all been discussing where they're gonna fight.
Clicks, what the hell? Clicks came out of nowhere.
Wait, Clicks is in sixth
six now.
Yeah, he's in top 6 now.
Bro, if Clicks wins the game, he can be first.
It's only like Spanish. Spanish is it's a language. So, but yeah, I can teach you. Hey, Ax, how are you? Hola, Khalid, ¿cómo andas? ¿A poco tienes más de tanto que hiciste?
Okay, it's back.
Being on the flip, right, and just being on the flip side for a moment at the very beginning of the game, we tuned into Peterbot, and you called out something specific. Wow, 600 above Surge. Yeah. This is kind of crazy. But then it all falls apart for Pollo, right? And then Peterbot's put in that situation. He has to solo clutch. And he does put on points, and he's kind of keeping them just at bay. But now these guys are neck and neck.
I mean, what a crazy thing, right? That game was going so well. They were just max. The Storm Surge is going well. I myself have no idea where Acorn and Cold came from. The decisions to just land on a duo right there is an incredible one by Acorn and Cold. Worked out for them. They picked up Pollo right there, and 5th place for that duo, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I'm looking at those two teams at the top, and the parallels, my mind instantly goes to the sort of narrative people were building earlier this year. Peterbot and Pollo dominated. You know, everybody was looking at, is this the new formula to have two amazing fraggers with each other? When Vico and Flixie joined forces, everyone said, are they trying to replicate that dynamic? Are they the EU, you know, Peterbot and Pollo? Even, you know, Vico's acknowledged those comparisons himself. He said, hey, look, we still got a bit more to do to get to that level. But right now at the Global Championships here, 1 point between them, they're clearly at that level.
Just a crazy situation to look at. And of course, I wanted to highlight Bugha taking it there 2 placements, right? They only did manage to pick up the 2 eliminations, but they take it to that 2nd place. That's a bunch of placement points.
Something about Bugha, right? And this usually happens on a seasonal basis where it's like the start of a new season is usually kind of slow for him when it comes down to tournaments and everything like that. But then whenever it comes down to the actual FNCS, which of course happens towards the end of the season, he always picks it up, I swear. And I would love to kind of see that trend over the course of these 12 games. Have that happen at the Global Championships. A slow start so far. Let's pick it up.
I mean, again, really unlucky at the end there, right? With the way the zones pulled through Castle Doom. Yeah. I think my biggest critique of Bugha over the last sort of year or so has been, he's really great at just being able to get his team into the top 10 consistently, right? But when it comes to win condition, putting his team in a position to actually win the games, sometimes it's felt a bit lackluster. In that game, though, it was excellent, right? The way they claimed low. And again, if it wasn't for a bit of unlucky zone pulling, they might have a chance to actually really win that game from Vico and Flixie. So really impressive from Bugha.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to talk so much more, but we got to get back into the action. Game number 5 is upon us. So, Monster D-Face, the best taco. Take it away.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think that went totally different than what I expected. Obviously, given that Peterbot and Pollo fell early, now we have 4 teams in the race that are really close.
What really got me though, Monster, was hearing the way that the Dickies Arena just erupted the moment that Peterbot actually went down and Peterbot and Pollo were full-on eliminated. It's crazy to think that they're actually trying to battle against all the odds here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's everyone against everyone here. Match 5 is great. Match number 5 is kicking off here and now, and the standings couldn't be more closer. A couple of teams, though, are starting to find their strides, right? The top 10 ever evolving. A lot of those notables jumping up a significant amount now, really solidifying themselves in somewhat of a healthy position. Even if all things end now, the amount of points that seems like Acorn and Colt and above
stream I ended really
a little bit more respect here coming out of Huddy and Kovacs though. Sky Scroll, they're actually going to take over the second floor here.
5th game, they got like 2 games to go.
Roost. And the biggest advantage right now for Sky is the fact that he's managed to find Sovereign Shotgun, but at the same time, there's a hammer pump here for Kovacs, and both of these duos, I think, acknowledging the fact that if they take a little bit more time to loot, they could go slightly better.
I forgot to like. I realized that one of my things
Mustache,
was in, like,
Malabuka, they already started to get a little bit more caught up than they would have liked. They dropped 3 placements after the results of that last lobby and find themselves currently situated in 8th. And Alex Worthy, they're trying to make them sure that they're the first team to fall even.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of HP here, but Worthy's a little worse for wear. Worthy falls, and we've already seen one 1v2 today. Let's not make it another power. Alex is already pushing.
Like Mongrel said, that if Clix and Vino like win, they like get first place.
Alex and Worthy from Team Power putting up the numbers, and you know, if things continue to go that way, they'll see themselves in a good standing.
That's sad, bro. Didn't even drop and just got killed
It's not easy by any means to get the first drop in the first weapon, and talk about tough fights that could have went any way. Acorn and Cold seem to have had things slightly favor them this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cold losing Acorn and Alex Sensado may have done just enough damage. Fortunately for Cold, he is looking relatively undisturbed here at Brutal Beachhead, but any of those other teams lingering around that southern zone and desert area happen to catch wind of the fact that Cold is a solo, and the
90
reboot
players
ban
remain.
might
Dang.
be the biggest heads-up opportunity there. Could be disastrous, but Alex, Worthy, the Power Fellows, they don't even get to rejoice in their celebration of coming out on top because Agers and Rise have arrived to the party.
So have Batman, Booga, and Rapid coming from the high ground there, finding tags onto Rise, almost saving the day at this point.
Really?
For
Why?
Team Power.
No, you didn't.
Agers.
But I was gone for like 10, 20 minutes.
Rise now
10, 15 minutes.
Back off, unaware of what all happened here. Meanwhile, Alex saves his trusty teammate here.
He's got the stairway to heaven up there, though, man. That's kind of insane. Restored Reels certainly getting relatively active, but Alex Worthy probably just happy about the fact that they're going to have an opportunity to keep this one going. Stronger in numbers for sure. Pico and Flixie, though, they seem like they've really been heating up. Shadow hoping that he can cool them off, but Pico at the same time, he knows so much damage has been done, but he's going to find himself on the receiving end this go-round. It's all down to Flixie to clutch up.
Where are you guys from?
Flix is very good, but going against Shadow here, I do think Shadow is an extremely strong box fighter. The edits come in, though. Look how fast Flixie manages to respond, but still,
This is what they do. I remember the birthday punches that I got.
Overall, and now a time to heal here. Flixie has to respect this duo now, and I think he knows that.
X-Pol and Peterbot, they're in first place even though they haven't won a game.
Can he track it back here is the question. Seems like he knows where it is, more or less.
At the very least, I think Flixie wants to ensure that whether or not he wins his exchange between himself and Shadow, in fact, Virgo had all the goodies that Flixie could have possibly wanted. It was a med kit that came out of the body loot. So pressure is on now for Shadow. Very high likelihood that Virgo was able to communicate. He got my med kit. And so that means that Shadow has got to act fast if he wants to prevent Flixie from reaching 200 HP again.
He also gets the material, right, which Shadow only has 2 mats of now. So what was once a very promising situation for Shadow is not looking like that anymore. 2AM Shadow gets the first tag put on him. It's not looking good anymore.
It's over.
The jump shot is no good, and Flixie clutches up. And there's not a duo in sight at the moment, so he should be able to save Vico.
Dang.
And I know we put the focus on Vico and his potential, but now you can see he
official
is
gaming chair
equally
partner
met
of
with a
FNC
very
Global
strong
Championship. Bro,
partner.
I already
But
got.
you know that every single one of these players has got their eyes set on that elimination feed
Bro, why
as
are you
well.
saying these words
so
for?
Peterbot
Nobody
and
did anything to
Polio,
you.
they might have at least some slight indication that there's been trouble, at least in match number 5 here for Vico and Flixie. They could look to try and circumvent this route that Vico and Flixie traditionally like to go after and potentially cut them off, maybe even look to ensure that they can maintain that first place
I want to see my boy Click.
Second.
This update right now that we're getting onto Clicks and Vino, who's on the move here, just north of the Sandy Steps, but they're seeming to double back. Something wasn't right up there. They're backing on off now. A lot of material to make up for here, so bit of a scrappy start. No eliminations tell us that the Australian team of Damo and Resigns escaped the drop. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper possibly in a fight against Chapentini here
for a
shortly.
minute now. Stop timing me out, bro. I'm not timing you out.
Wow, talk about Medkit Nation though for Victor V.
Bro, I'm not timing you out.
Chapentini are gonna have their work cut out for them if they want to.
My hands are in the
take up
air.
An exchange here between Paper and Victor V, but most importantly, still Paper and Victor V. They have amassed so many boxes surrounding this forecast tower. Chapentini were looking to try and take down for the forecast keycard first.
I have no idea.
Immediately, Paper, Victor V, look at the collapse. Chap.
It's over.
Fully cracked. Victor V, Paper, no. They've got the advantage.
It's over.
Tini actually gonna get pincered instantaneously, and now Chap trying to see if he can save his own life.
It's
Almost
over.
put through a full edit course right there. Victor V at 3 eliminations right now. Flexing how good of a player he really is. Don't let his face fool you. He has experience under his belt. Chat, clearly better on the standings at the moment, but not by much. It's a point separating them now, as these 3 eliminations have really jumped them up. And look, it's all for everything, right? They have the card that they need for the rest of the Storms here. Chap has to just back off at this point, otherwise he'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late into the day. These are the last chances to set yourselves up with points here, so you got to put your ego aside.
Well, you say Chap might need to back up, but with the way that Rise and Ages are closing in, Paper, sure, he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and Victor V, but at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like Rise and Agers were setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point gap between 6
Dang.
to top 20 is very, very close. Things start to jump up towards the top 5, so even a team like Paper and Victor V have a lot of opportunity here to really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show, showing us what he can do with that Monarch pistol.
Dang.
He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate.
It's over,
it's ridiculous, but Batman Booga, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprising
Batman
here.
Booga looks like
Rapid.
Boyo.
He's got visuals in his sights. Beautiful right side peek. Perfect moment to open up. But visuals immediately looking to retreat. And he's going to go side by side, hip to hip.
That kind of sounds like the most
time
famous rap song I've heard in my life. Even though I don't listen to
Tag
rap.
there for Rapid to set them up a big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Booga and Aviv, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see What is unfolding?
Bro, why did the air? They're gonna get shot
Bugha?
dead. They're gonna get shot dead.
Shotgun. Oh wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aviv is well on the move.
They're gonna
right
get
now.
shot dead. Good song by
It's
King
a nice
Vong. Oh,
rotation
King
so
Vong.
far off the launch
I
pad
know
for
who
the
King
Bugha
Vong is, but I don't listen to
Mountain,
him.
But the main difference that I've noticed in Bugha and Aviv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Toyota and Mifali, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Bugha and Aviv.
Why is
anyone
both eyes
left
like...
nearby. They're having to forcibly create these
That's
storm surge
literally what he
situations,
looks
and
like.
it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot, that could be the difference between above or below that damage threshold.
That is true. And speaking about big differences, Peterbot and Pollo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you
3 a.m.
access
Man,
to
3
that
a.m. I'm about to fall
modification
asleep.
bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 8's Flixie and Ovation Vico back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for Vico and
Bro, what is
Flixie,
guys
but
like spending a lot of
still
time in this?
inside, deep the storm. Muzz and Epic Whale.
Bro,
Decent
why are these
amount of
guys in the
material count,
storm?
though, but it looks like Muzz is gonna have to lose at least one of these medkits along the way, fully intending to just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with Vico and Flixie here.
Bro,
The
what is
landing
going on?
home. Let's see it, though. King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but given his stance, all of a sudden, yeah, things switch around really quickly here. King looking for an opportunity, but no. Drop, trying to run here. Phaser must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. Vico and Flixie still on the pulse here. Phaser barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that Vico lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and Phaser actually run to? They are trapped. Vico and Flixie know Reckless Railways like the back of their hands, and sure,
Everybody does.
I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as Flixie and Vico, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Vico in the player room was him saying, nobody plays Reckless Railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Bro, Collection
Yeah, you
and
saw
Vino
he had
have
every
been...
angle. He knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure, and they knew better than to push into the railway itself, given all the cover that's there. So happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, Malibuca and Merstache is that team. Look at this, though. Swizzy, Jackto.
It's over.
From a dub into a fight here, landing on Visuals and Braids now. Looking for the big shot. Didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off Visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for Swizzy and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, an elimination, points. placements is really what everybody is after right now.
Thomas HD and Queasy, damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment.
Oblation and Alright Flick got
around,
our
though.
first place
This
now.
is the
Dang.
Mount Olympus, right? Home of Quanti and Gone.
Gone?
Should very likely be up top somewhere. Look at this. You got Janice here. You have Kramsu. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. Persa and Ed.
A little bit of a giggle because if the
It
one
looks like I
surge
just killed
base wasn't
Batman.
enough, Truelex and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining 2 separate surge bases even.
Finally a fight.
Meanwhile, Aviv Buga tangled up a little bit here right now with Swizzy, but we've seen Swizzy perform already once today, MDF. In a 1 versus 2, and this time he still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, Aviv Buga, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds, but they're just gonna find themselves.
Bro, these guys only carry
cut
like
off.
2
They're
guns
not
and that's
able
it.
to actually cross the gap just yet because Buga also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields.
This looks like my
For
cousin.
what heals they have left, but that's gonna be more than enough room for Yapko and Swizzy to just full on disengage.
Buga and Aviv don't chase either. They just let them go. So it's telling. It shows us that
Wait,
they
Peter
want
Bar no
another
longer
one
in
of
the
those end
storm?
games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that. But they do need more damage. But
They just killed
talk about
Swizzy.
that. It seems like Swizzy rotates right into Bryce and Bolt. So not too much longer do they fall. But Peter Bar and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge gonna be giving them a big, big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo, it can be
But they
devastating
always
for the
get
rest
that.
of the
That's like
lobby,
literally
but
their. That's
Jerry,
literally.
he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the storm might take him out as is. Instead, Jerry diverts his attention to another Oshi player, and he is going to find
Wait.
Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks.
Wait,
couple of eliminations.
there's no.
Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Look at this though, the setup from Aviv and Buga after rotating. They find Swizzy again. So Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aviv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations. So starting to really heat up now. Buga and Aviv come to the late half of the tournament.
Dang.
Wait a second though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes Buga to the Surge. The next tag will take down Aviv, and you know it's over.
It's a tough break.
They lost to
Devastating one
Lightning.
potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like Aviv and Buga are sure to compose themselves with. See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today. But more importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Scroll, Sky, trying to scale their way down, but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus.
Dang, you see how
for
fast
an
you guys
open
are
opportunity. Scroll can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses one
Loser.
moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get one more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside the placement point zone.
If he gets shot
He's
once,
got
it's over.
Batman Buga coming right at him as well. Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus
Atlantic
starts
Scroll,
to aim
it's
towards
over.
him.
It's
but
over, bro. It's over, bro.
46 above here, doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman Buga don't survive the rotate, as you saw there, and so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. That's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1.
Kind of looks like that one guy, Queso.
Point-wise, so we're going to see a lot of changes
still alive?
come that last round, but Vino and Clix holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clix and Vano have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot, Poyo, nearby.
45 people left at 7 circle.
Getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion, that's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again,
look at how Clix wears like I need those glasses for like to protect his eyes from.
Vano are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here. This is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you could tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, Vino and Clix struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Vano knows that they don't really have much of a choice.
Back then, people used to go to war. Now they just watch some people play. Because Vino kind of looks a lot like my cousin. He got a haircut because he had like really big hair.
At this point, the material count entirely too low. They need heals as well. And they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clix. Takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time,
he got Clix, he got
wind up falling, and Vano meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And it just plays so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Vino and Clix there, and you know it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that, and talking about that, Peterbot and Boyo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here.
They just killed Trash.
They find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now. As we're almost to zone number 9.
Number 9, number 9, number 10, number 10, number 9, number 10, number 9. Bro, how these guys 100 HP and everything?
Very interesting
strategy. Bro, what? Heroic Thomas only 17 HP. Dang.
But too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against
their
favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard.
Wait, expert, they dropped it, but they need 7 points to win.
Catching other teams off notice, but Thomas HD, Queasy, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. Trapsu and Clone doing what they can to survive. Similar circumstance there for Cooper as Peterbot and Poyo continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, Peterbot saw Victor V and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon in the
Dang!
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down his standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are. Coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Queasy pushing their way through.
Bro, you just got like 3 people.
Looking for the finish. He'll get it.
There's no siphon in this.
Run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again, coming into the final rounds here for day number 1. Chicho and Trulex, another end game for them as well. Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by Flixie and Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Poyo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch-up. Chicho, Trulex, they caught wind of Epic Well, but Epic Well doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muzz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Boyo and Peterbot still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for the money. Bryce and Bolter set up for the high ground win while Pollo, Peterbot, Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're
there's
standing
like
on
3
opposite
screens at the
ends
same time,
of the
dang.
low ground position here. Pollo pressuring everyone nearby. Flixie down, Vico down as well. To the hands of the teams on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for Peterbot and Pollo, just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, Queasy, Thomas,
Bro,
Vico,
Pollo,
Flixie,
but Pollo is in like first place
so
now.
It's just up to Pollo and Peterbot to see what they can do. Bolt and Bryce, though, firm grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, Peterbot and Pollo, they are titans on this low ground currently.
They used 3.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do
3
something.
splashes.
But these teams are not making it easy.
Bro, I'm mad I didn't get invited to this.
For the low ground though, the shots are coming in. Peterbot and Pollo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here. And Pollo wants them all. It's gonna make a huge, huge difference here.
Bro, they're getting like, bro, they got 5 kills.
That's gonna set
Their points are gonna go up.
Bolt and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games.
They got 8 kills together. Dang.
Land. I called it before. This is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Pollo.
Bro, Peterbot and Pollo got 2nd place again. They're like at the end always. They've been like, they're like the best players here.
They got the most recent refreshes. Granted, everyone's building, everyone's burning.
Whoa, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. Oh shit.
Peterbot understanding it's all down to Bolts to try and clutch.
Bro, again, it's gonna be a clutch again. Another clutch, another clutch.
Bolts has been here though. He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more map, but Peterbot has too much to work with. Another armored wall. Bolts has an angle. Can he get it? No.
What? They finally won after coming 2nd place.
Pollo strike yet again on the day. Match number 5, and the victory royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. You can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Pollo!
This guy is 14 years old and he just won $10,000.
I love those moments because this crowd wanted that to happen. Pollo, the Flowbury push there. You guys were low ground, you pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent.
Look at his neck.
Standings as well.
If he were to like work out, if
exactly.
this,
I'm sure there's so many aspiring.
If what's it called? If Pollo
it's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic?
Peterbot would have worked out and like fixed their next posture, they would actually be overpowered Fortnite people.
I'm not gonna lie, we have the mythic every season. You know
He reminds, he talks exactly like Ryan from The Boys.
You know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff. So
he got 8 eliminations. They got 12 eliminations together. Another first place.
I'm going to talk about that being this experience right now because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more.
Bro, he's about to win like $500,000 together.
Like for you as well. You feel the crowd there. One more time, Fort Worth. Let them hear you guys.
Peterbot looks like my friend.
It's for you, buddy.
Not Peterbot.
They're amazing, by the way. And I mean,
Pollo looks exactly
a
like
lot of
my
wind in your
Tony
sails as well. How does it
Savage
feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo! GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
One more game. Oh my gosh, 2 minutes for this game, man. I'm about to kill chat. Man, I can't even see Mongrel. My gosh, man.
Whoa, I haven't said anything.
I see. I actually
Wait, how's my stream thing? I just fixed it. Bro, I'm getting a whole 30-minute ad for this thing. What is this about?
NXT Peterbot.
Wait, Daisy, we have to, like, should we do our caster voices?
Man, shut up.
Can you curse? Oh, it's Epic Whale.
It's Epic
And I had to explain
Whale.
to him. He said that they hit him in his chat too.
I did in this chat.
You did? Yeah, I was trying to explain it to him. He didn't really.
Did he ask where I'm at?
Didn't really.
Man, nobody cares. Man, nobody cares.
What should I do, chat? Hold on.
Oh no, I just know like.
Sit up that.
These guys just react to other people reacting.
Your fucking flaming hot Cheetos and your Mountain Dews right here. Your Jolly Ranchers.
Todd attack.
Bro, all they do is just play Fortnite. Bro, I got like
chat.
2 minutes to play Fortnite.
Yeah.
Never mind, 50 seconds is coming back.
A little bit. I mean, just a little.
Andrea.
50
Drew,
seconds.
shut
50
the
seconds.
fuck up. Bro, who is Todd? Yo, JD. Nah.
Bro, I got like 50 seconds before Fortnite comes back.
Chat, what are the odds we do something right?
Stable Ronaldo.
Who else is streaming? Who else can we talk? Can we toss Silky? Nah, Silky's at the store.
Wait, what?
Yo! Can you shut up?
Bro, I'll play Fortnite after they end the
You're
thing.
banning JD? I could do it right now.
JD.
Max, stream Tom Max. Alright, let's tie him. Everyone Tom Max.
Attack.
Chat, I have bad news. Love Island got delayed. Silky's not here.
Yeah. Duck smoking cigarette.
Why this guy got blue hair?
Did he like no? Oh, that's why we didn't put him on the poster. We could just start without him then.
I don't really know.
Proceed.
What is this
okay,
even
let's
playing?
go. What the fuck?
Show yourself, betrayer. What is it, brother?
What was this? Oh,
and
never
I
mind.
will destroy it. To whom do you speak?
Uh-oh.
Do not hear him. No.
Oh,
Petty
shit.
tricks.
Bro, I'll play Fortnite later.
Death to the false emperor! Death to his puppets!
Uh-oh.
Never mind, it's back.
Pressing all of those refreshes you talked about, Kelly, was so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that Flowberry Fizz, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for Poyo. Popping that Flowberry Fizz to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump high just allows them to close out the fight really well.
I don't know why I get,
they were
like,
on
random
low ground. I
pains
thought,
in my back.
Bryson Bolt surely should close
How do
this
I
one out
share
here,
my
but
Spotify?
he's a bottom Poyo. Poyo in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to fix them if they don't have the heal off potential. But not when it's Peterbot and Poyo. No, they're going to go up and they're going to fight and they're going to win.
That's right, and we can see those highlights presented by NASCAR. My gosh, I love too the fact that when Adam goes in for the interview, he's like, hey, Poyo, you know, talk to me about what you thought. The fact that Poyo had just these disgusting angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like in this weird angle. Poyo's just like, hello, here's my shotgun. I want a victory royale, please. My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see that solo? We're just going left of him, left of him, left of him.
Yeah,
Come,
yeah, yeah.
come, come, come. Come up, come up, come up. Come on,
Watch
low
your
ground,
back,
low ground, low
watch
ground,
your
low ground, low
back,
ground, low ground. Come, 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 come.
I'm with you.
We're gonna sit duo.
Sit there.
Why don't we go back to our tarp then? Go back to our tarp.
Yeah.
Bro, why do they sound like that?
Just hang on each other.
I can go
Play
up.
Fortnite.
all the way up.
Queso after then Earth. True.
Get on me, chill, chill, chill.
I have no growth.
Chill.
Look up,
After
look up,
and
look up,
then.
look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yeah, take my kid.
He's dropping.
Chill.
20.
What do you say, Pill?
Let's go! We're the best, baby!
That's like what,
Come
13?
on. Bro, we're the best,
go,
bro. Oh my god. Let's go!
They got 10 kills.
It's fine.
Good job, bro. We're crazy, bro.
You said we're the best?
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love too in that moment. He's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground team, I'd be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team.
Wait, what happened to the other guy and the other girl?
That they have the mats for high ground.
There was another guy.
Stick to the low ground.
They got 333 points already.
We saw after game number 4 that it was Vico
Clix got
and
9th
Flixie in
place.
first place
Dang,
by
he
just
really
a few
selling.
points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them, and just up until they went down there at that point, and of course that just gave Peterbot and Poyo the green light to make sure they could make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams were like, we just got a 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys, that's just another day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, Bolts and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily. And it's just this constant pressure. Look at Bolts' inventory. He's used pretty much everything. Only one big pot left to make sure they hold on to that height and maintain it. Really well played from these guys.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with Peterbot and Poyo, but choosing not to engage in that. Instead, just using it as a little bit of an advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is landing, making sure that they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is what allowed them to grab this high ground.
Dang,
8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Bolts, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's Peterbot and Poyo that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well. At the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contest station with Vico and Flixie on that side. How things going to go there? What's going to happen? Are they going to be? Is it going to be one of those teams making it to end game and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game, and of course Vico and Flixie making that more north.
Why are they so sad?
They
were going up against Poyo and
them, and then Bryce and Bolts were able to make these end games consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now. And if Bryce and Bolts can continue to do that, I expect to finish in the top 10 towards the end.
Kill somebody.
Fantastic stuff, and I love too. Kind of what you called out the fact that Rift Island. They kind of go up to fight Peterbot Poyo, and then they go, whoa, Peterbot Poyo, my bad. Peterbot Poyo then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they end in 2nd place.
I mean, even if you aren't able to claim Rift Island, just by getting the material, there is also that weapon mod bench that's in there. And also, you get the great rotations from the static launch pads there, or the rifts from around you. Also, a lot of other teams are going to be using the rifts. So if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you, and you're going to be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of a better performance than we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Offspawn right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into it with decent loot as well. Even playing for height there, didn't quite work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting word. The last game of the day. I don't want it to be over, but we are prepared. It is time. After this game, we go into tomorrow's 6 and a 1.5 times multiplier. These duos need to do everything they can to solidify today. One last ride. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now and or jump up, right, and have a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you finish strong on day 1, heading into that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2, MDF. But at the same time, you still know that you have 6 more games to work with, so it's not the end of the world by any means, just in case day 1 was a little bit more of a bust.
That's right, and there are teams now getting close to those back-to-backs on land. Talk about Peterbot and Poyo. Let's see it for the last game.
And just like that, we are back
I started
in
the stream at
game
2:06.
number 6, day number 1. And Monster, we have seen some pretty crazy 50-50 off the drop, but again, taking a step back now, looking at a team like Pixie and Giannis landing at Redline Rig, and currently just fixated exclusively on trying to maintain the most optimal loop path possible.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today, is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said, I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like Power Alex and Worthy here, who takes down Merstash for his second game now, back-to-back, and Malabuka left in the courtyard here to run for himself. Worthy doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP, but so does Malabuka. Alex says, screw it, I'm going for it. Finds one tag, can he get the second? Of course, he can, and he secures the dub there. Back-to-back now on the drop.
Better late than never after all, and as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and Worthy have finally woken up when they needed to most MPF, because first few matches of the day, certainly not going their way, but to close out here, winning it out over the likes of Malabuka and Merstash of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as Kovacs and Huddy have almost not learned any lessons as far as respecting Skrull and Sky are concerned. It seems like when they get the drop and they have the high ground, they are all action and no fear here. Last game they survived the drop, they made something good out of it, once again making it into the end game. It's very clear that if Huddy and Kovacs perform the same tomorrow, they're gonna be up inside that top 10 with a very hefty chunk of money, given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament. So much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course. 6th place now for Kovacs and Huddy as we get the standings update. And look, the game that Sky and Skrull survived, though, they made something great out of it too. So these are clearly two very good teams.
Without a doubt. More on that later on, though, because right now it's all about Clicks and Benno.
Garbage, man, stop. Does he not know I'm the famous YouTuber? With 10,000 people watching right now because everybody loves me.
Next to Sandy Steps, Resigns, trying to do it again, but Benno is relentless with the pressure. Clicks, on the other hand, eats way too much damage. That could be so problematic. Damo and Resigns, they're going to manage to escape because Clicks has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still
what place are they in?
Position within the top
They're
10.
in 9th. They went from 6th to 9th. They dropped 3 players down.
Outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember tomorrow's 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, very scary now as tags come in from the distance as well here. Damo and the Resigns are starting to surge with confidence as they push off Clicks clearly, but Vino is there to defend. Now, Resigns looking back, not sure if there's a team potentially sneaking up behind them. You'd be right to assume so can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger lurking everywhere, and it looks like it's about to go down there for Damo and Resigns at the hill, but give it a second here.
The other issue, though, that Benno and Clicks have now encountered, though, is that this exchange has drawn out for far too long. The launch pad positioning that Benno and Clicks like to try and set up for high elevation, try and look for some surge tags, it's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long.
Stretched out for far too long? Dang!
Make their approach instead. Peter already trying to converge.
Okay, this game is crazy, bro. There's like one more game after this and it's over. It's over.
But Aspect, Cassie,
and it's over.
Be careful. Lingering around Snooty Station, they don't want to get caught off guard, and sure enough, Peterbot, Poyo, it's all about making it to the launch pad.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them starting to develop, but Peterbot's got his attention on the far eastern team here.
Bro, how am I not that good at the game? I could literally just be going like...
Doesn't quite find them just yet. It's Gyros and Sherry, though, who's building up the high base here. There are roughly 6 teams
I should be like,
in this area.
Well, winning. Dang, chat. Dang.
And it comes as no surprise considering that it's the forecast tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on,
like,
but instead,
dang.
we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clicks, Benno.
I'm like, dang.
Again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the forecast tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clix and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto Damo and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clix doing much better job now as he's side by side his teammate Veno. The opponents, Damo on the run now. Built out to the side there. Clix still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a small victory for them in the time being. Up and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and Damo. But at the same time, Damo managing to sneak around out back. But it's only because of the fact that Giras, Sherry, they have moved in to the vicinity. And now Veno Clix, fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them. It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape. And the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clix and Veno is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because Giras and Sherry have effectively taken those eliminations now. Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in the distance. They're listening to what's happening. Jumping on over to other very familiar teams here. XX Ritual, Reet as well. Kind of inside the Doomstat, but you have Muzz here waiting, almost combed up. Slips out the side there. He's very fast. It's not going to make it easy by any means. Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? Reet takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see Reet and Ritual clashing this early on with Epic Well and Muzz. A passing comment that Reet made.
Wait, timeout chat.
In the player room last night was, you know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. Epic Well and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer. And so, have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power and you want to keep going back for it. So Epic Well and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then Reet and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up the standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost
True.
unprecedentedly. No one saw
Wait,
it coming here.
I'm doing something important.
But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height.
Okay, what's
and
up
all
with
of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early
Bro, they've been ranking more than like, they went from like 130 to like...
They are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases. They go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map.
I don't believe that.
You know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well.
Storm information from the what?
It's given to us from that update there, so they know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be. Moving towards Vico, pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there, and oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact. And sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, Vico and Flixie, they're going to be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here. And every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources, but this is about to be an all-out brawl here for Vico and Flixie.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall comes down, so those armored walls are instantaneously.
Bro, they just
put
broke
at
that stuff for no
maximum
reason at
HP.
all.
They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one. But
and now they're getting
third
party.
Team is
They broke that
in
stuff for no
very,
reason at
very
all.
fast
Dumb
here. We'll
play,
get their
dumb
name
play.
shortly. Flixie and
As soon as
Vico
you see the armor wall, just
is
get
in
out
a
of there.
World of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were
Vino
just
and
out of
Flix keep
audio
doing
range
this strat
to
that sucks.
hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall.
They keep
right?
doing that
It's a
same
two-way
strat that
street
sucks.
It
there.
is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico and Flixie, because that fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this. Vico and Flixie now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Shadome there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show.
Really?
Vico and Flixie's preparation clearly coming out in spades here, as is Peterbot and Boyos, and we all know they're guided by the same person.
Man, I already got the chairs. You've been telling me about this chair that I'm not buying. Nobody buys these black light unless I get sponsored for $10,000. Then
into overconfidence, and Vico Flixie,
then I'll say you'll buy it, but don't buy those garbage shirts
just yet. But they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position.
This must be expensive because of the chairs. The stadium, they're using the cameras and the monitors and computers and mouse and keyboards that all these guys are using.
Didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction.
And headphones.
After acquiring
and cameras, like the big ones and the people in security.
I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day 2.
Yeah, definitely, and like you mentioned, it's surely
I won't be able to watch tomorrow's
pushing
game.
him like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu.
Dang!
Oh, sorry, Rise and Yuma actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today, have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board.
Bro, why is this thing like looking that way?
As they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and
there we go.
That just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's gonna be the end of their day 1s.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that Kramsu and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team.
Bro, I should have kept streaming because then I would have done like a 10-hour stream today.
Bolts, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against Kramsu and Clone instead, but Kramsu, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got.
How come they're not showing like clicks or something?
Flixie though finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Going and Quanti at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. And this is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, Flixie and Vico need the damage and the elims to go with it. Flixie gets shot first. Go and puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through and Vico is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out though here. Can the Medkit come in time? Sure can. So Flixie and Vico have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the midst of it. because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out.
Oh, look, there's
even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like Queasy, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of Andalex and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Queasy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. Andalex and Sato here have had a very difficult day one up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Queasy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quanti ultimately does.
Wow, are they winning or losing? I can't even tell.
Here, but not before Clay
can even
earning some points.
I can't even tell.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Flixie and Vico sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold, if not even more so piling up against them. All the while, Peterbot continuing to claim as many eliminations as possible throughout the course of the day. These guys have been leading the charge here. Peterbot goes for another one. It just doesn't seem like Andalex was prepared in the slightest.
Damn, he just danced on his body.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now.
Yeah, everybody loves this guy for some reason.
Just take a look at that. And the first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
Flixie trying to stock up as best he can in the Grand Rail Station, but a couple of med kits still might not be enough to deal with this 2-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way
But why is
across.
Clicks and Vino always low on
Bolts
everything?
in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually Veno and Clicks on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here.
Clicks has
Veno,
died.
he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not going to pan out the way they were hoping.
Bro, they're going down. I thought they were gonna win. How did they even qualify?
Kind of crazy. Clicks and Vino fall. Bryce and Bolts jump up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards, on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryce and Bolts, and now Vino and Clicks are set back.
Man, they suck. I thought they were
basically
ghosts.
having to think about
I didn't
today
go buy a
and
Porsche for
figuring
like
out how to
Fortnite
patch
money.
up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Bolts had that in the bag, had it secured, but Boyo was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they need to find some closure on some of these box fights. Spinks, Dukes, just all
Duke, Dennis.
a couple boxes away. Thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be Batman Booga and Rapid who are directly next to them. Siyun and Kadu, though, they don't waste any
everybody's
time.
only
They
wearing girl
immediately
skins.
aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Booga struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the medkit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
Wait, no, there's a guy skin. It's like the
Elam
Chinese.
credit is going to go to Bolts, given that he did the last bit of
Chinese New
damage
Year's
there.
guy.
But in the end, now there's
Lucky
a lot
Landing.
to worry about here. Siyun
Like,
and
what's
Kadu
a place that you
obviously
know from
looking to
Japan?
fight
Lucky
back
Landing.
because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kado's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of Dukes. and
Duke
Spinks.
Dennis?
Where did they come from?
Where's
Duke
Duke Dennis
showing
from?
up
Where's
here
Duke Dennis from?
Jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts as well, finding Felixi, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Queasy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on Queasy and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that Peter and Pollo are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard.
Bro, there's like 59 people at 7th circle.
Queasy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back of the line. Starting to skip and off their way to the front here somehow. Bolt still getting active. Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there.
Over. It's over.
Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Bolt has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for Peterbot and Pollo, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Bolt, he was already running low on his material count, even transitioning to this point, and now his final 10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure just continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Bolts just trying to work his way through. Back to the armor walls he gets,
you
though.
see how fast I
Very nice here. And it's obviously Peterbot and Pollo. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loop that they are functioning with. Queasy as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Queasy is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Queasy found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up.
Bro, you
just
can
to
see how
stay
fast you
alive
have
right now, and
to
they
play
are
this. You have
nearing
to be
the
thinking
top
like,
15, the
dang,
next
it's
threshold
over.
there. Down he goes, all up to Thomas HD now to keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here.
Bro, Pollo's almost at, right, nobody has rated, nobody has made it to like 300 points yet.
He can just break into the top 10. I think Queasy and Thomas HD be very happy with the closure on their day one performance. Even more so still though, Thomas HD, he keeps looking every direction, every second. It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure. But even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Up above though, the scanner is still coming out for Peterbot and Pollo. They have all the information in the world. Top 15 now, 28 below. Down body there. Those could be mats, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else.
Wow.
Honey falls there. That'll be full credits, I think, for him, but even if it's mats there, some builds too. Gets up on the second layer. Shots come in from everywhere. Gets a couple more placement points, and it's something. But now look at this, Kanata, Cooper in the end game, Trulex and Chicho once again here.
I have not seen clicks at the end.
Alive and healthy.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Pollo and Peterbot. They are actually forced to just try and punch their way through the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo, Peterbot, they want to maybe take a jab at the height, but Azures and Rise currently in full control and continuing to ramp
But they're almost
upwards.
at 400 points.
Couple of armored walls expended as well, just to ensure that it's not going to be easy for them to get chopped anytime soon. They've also got the Flowberry Fizz as that emergency exit plan, but Pollo, Peterbot across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to
I can hear people screaming. I'm like, dang, people are screaming. 59 HP, 56 HP, both still in the storm.
They're strategically
it's over for this
who
guy.
to target, given that they have all
Bro,
the
this match
information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground, and it's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now that they are jumping towards the 400-point threshold here.
Just in the eliminations
Bro, like,
alone,
nobody's been, everybody's at, like, a lot of people are like at 100, 200, and they're like the only ones at 300, and they're about to reach like 400.
Dang! Not even a bother, instantly goes with the left side edit peak, gets all the credit onto that Gears elimination, and now just a raw 2 versus 2 up against the likes of
Peterbot and Poyo again. I haven't seen Click.
Peterbot and Poyo went from second to first, and now at minimal a second place, but Poyo is always the first to kick off the fight, and he does it in spectacular fashion. Now Peterbot steps up to the plate. Agers is hurt. One edit, it's all it's gonna take here to put him down, but Armor Wall comes through to get his teammate the full reset here. He says, hey, let's not rush it. And then they jump down, focusing up the high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Peterbot and Poyo side by side here. Rise and Agers starting to fizzle it off. Pressure coming in from the low ground. They're running out of materials. Armor Walls are done. They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Poyo to work with. Keep in mind, Poyo also still has those 4 armored walls, but as far as the health bar is concerned, Peterbot, Poyo, they are fully in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Rise and Agers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here.
We're at the end game now. End game now. End game.
It's gonna be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1?
That's
second and first. Right there. Very impactful differences
here. That's end game
Peterbot
right there. That's end game.
Their way up. They get the angle that they're looking for. Poyo once again doesn't quite find it. Peterbot's hurt.
Peterbot, please.
It's a low ground attack. Poyo by himself here, but the trade from Peterbot up top, he has done what he needed to, and Poyo takes
the they won again for the second time.
The win from the low ground with back-to-back dubs.
Back-to-back, they won 5th and 6th game.
Peterbot could say the same fashion. As long as he's got his duo Poyo, these two can always try to reestablish
They look
control,
like geeks and they're winning.
And they took this last game by force.
One more time, back-to-back victory royales. Give it up for Peterbot and Poyo! Fellas, I seem to chat to you a lot on this day one of this competition, and I'm loving it because what we're seeing out there, doesn't matter if it's high ground, low ground, mid, you guys are in control.
How does their brain function to play games like this? That's what I just don't get.
Even though
you gotta be European or something?
Things perfectly. Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill and then the other one just 50.
I mean, we celebrate like this. People are really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And rightly so, by the way. Obviously, Poyo as well. Let's get the credit where it's due. A teammate like Poyo, what's it been like competing this year, in this competition? Give him his props. How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean, he gets eliminations. He's like a good like IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like, we both make calls and, you know, like we're like the best team.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys kind of like regroup ahead of tomorrow? I mean, do you need to regroup at this point? Are you just going to play it exactly the same way? Poyo, how do things happen tonight? What happens tomorrow?
There's always
playing Alienware.
room for improvement. We're going to look like games tonight and then see what we can do tomorrow.
And Peterbot, you are steps away. Tomorrow, someone's going to lift that trophy. How do you think it's going to be, you guys? How close do you think you're going to come to it?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot, and tomorrow we're going to come out.
You should have been like the double champions you won.
Fort Worth, do you think Peterbot and Poyo could go all the way?
Dang, everybody else. But everybody's shouting for Peterbot and Poyo this game.
Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One more time.
Look at everybody. Look at that guy like.
Peterbot and Poyo!
Look at his neck posture.
What a way to wrap things up here on the main stage today. Back-to-back.
But at least the other players were able.
Who knows who will get that tomorrow? We'll have to find out. For now, though, back to Zeke and the gang. What a day one.
Is that it?
Game 6. Peterbot, Poyo. Win.
What's that, Zeke? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here. You can see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah. No one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that. Guys, what have we done? How did we let this happen? How have we allowed Poyo, Peterbot to get a second place 2 victory royales on the day in the situations that they have been. This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record, right? It went absolutely crazy for them. They went off, and now they're looking to do the same thing, but not only in just NA. No. They're looking to show up every other region.
You ask how we let this do it. No one can stop this from happening. This is what we've been talking about for the last year. Peterbot and Pollo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. They have broken so many records this year, and they are here to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are the best. This isn't luck. This is ours, and we have deserved it.
And yet again,
he proved everyone wrong.
So well. You saw Pollo talking about it right there. Another very similar endgame to what we saw last time. Going into this, Peterbot and Pollo were
the just streaming Peterbot. Nobody knows Pollo.
Out of any duo this chapter, it seems like they've changed things up a little bit here. They're more than happy to play those low ground layers, finding those eliminations. And I said it to you, Kelly. I was like, how are they always getting this this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting it every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1 as well. It's all about day 2 now, though. Are they going to be contested for it? Is someone going to throw a spanner in the works?
This was 6 hours long.
When you asked me, I was talking about Grim Gate, and when we saw Acorn and Cold, one of the best duos in the world, try and fight Peterbot and Pollo for that spot, and they lost and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peterbot and Pollo. No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or
nobody's talking to
because anything can happen in the FNC as
I can just break their necks easily
because it is that 1.5 times multiplier. But not just going for the coin, for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for the Rift Island time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those refreshes. They get all that loot, finding splashes. Zeke,
I wonder which tomorrow, because I don't think I'll be able to watch it because I'm gonna be somewhere else.
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run in and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here they find the splashes in a situation where they're thinking, okay, we've cracked them, they're on whites, they're out of shield, and then they're like, yeah, splashes, we're both up to 200 again. Good luck. We have a listen in from that game winning moment. Take a look.
Dang.
Spray this. Give me coin. No, I don't think we look for a kill. Okay, 120.
Chill.
Ready?
Body here,
I'm done. Chunks, get the chunks!
Where?
Chunks,
I have 6, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo, Take.
Reload your guns.
Dang. Reload. Bro, is he winning this?
80.
I'm dead, Fry. 100 both one! I'm not giving.
Dang.
Let's go!
Let's go!
We're the best, baby, let's go! We're the best players in the world on my life! Let's go!
We're the best players in the world on my life.
Man, just an unbelievable performance here in day number 1. And again, this isn't just like a major, and this isn't just a major self-contained to its own region. This is the peak of Fortnite. This is the toughest lobby we should see ever, right? 6 regions, the very best of all regions. And yet Peterbot and Pollo are performing.
Look at his neck posture. That's what I need to fix.
I'm terrified going into day 2 and a 1.5
Pollo
times
MVP of
and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Pollo. You saw it right there in those comms. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic. It looks so crazy. It looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very, very calm. Pollo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo, and the comms are so precise. Something we don't really get to talk about too much because we don't get to listen in too often online and stuff like that. But just the art of communicating is so understated, and for these guys, they do it so well. Every single thing that they say is containing some value.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wow.
That is a 150-point lead for Peterbot and Pollo. 45.
Bro, they haven't even made it to 300, and they're at 442.
Than any other duo on this
45
lobby.
eliminations, placement 200.
And I know you guys at home aren't in the stadium and you can't see this.
Peterbot is from EU too.
Just 360. Just look at the faces of the people in the crowd, and they all had the same reaction. No.
Where is Clickbot?
No. There is a 150-point lead going into tomorrow. And all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and those points will start to add up. They'll start to get out of control. Someone has to try and stop these guys.
You know when you see a king and all the subjects from around the land slowly come up and pay their respects, kiss the ring? That's what we're seeing here right now. Every player coming up to Peterbot, everyone giving him like high fives and handshakes and stuff because he has earned it. He has earned the confidence. And I also love the respect for his own duo mate, Pollo.
Yep.
This isn't just the Peterbot show. This is the Peterbot and Pollo show. And
Yeah, but
Peterbot
everybody-
knows
but-
that he knows how good of a player Pollo is. The best teammate he could have had. And
Peterbot
here they
W.
are showing up on the biggest
Mr.
stage
Aura.
in the world.
That's
Every
a fantastic point, right? I think a lot of times we tend to talk about Peterbot, and it's not because we don't know that Pollo is just like an incredible kind of pairing with him. It's just a lot of times Peterbot's doing these kind of crazy things. So I love in this last game, we get that Pollo clutch, right? We get to just put a nice little stamp on it. Don't you ever disrespect Pollo because he is also just as strong on this team. I wanted to take a look here at some stats from the day. We can bring those up. Yeah, so let's just see. Oh yeah, eliminations, solo impact points, builds place, and damage ratio. Crazy that Peterbot has 2 of those stats, eliminations and the damage ratio. He's been putting in some work, Kelly.
2.74 damage ratio is absolutely
30 kills in 6 games is
insane.
crazy.
Vinny, I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I mean, damage ratio, for those that
Just
don't
give him
know,
the
it's all about
trophy.
how much damage you're doing versus how much you're taking. So that means he's almost doing 3 times as much damage as he's taking from other players. I think a lot of that is down to
Took
that
his
mythic assault
QQ.
rifle, knowing exactly
He's not
where
even
those
top
teams
10.
are with that medallion as well is going to play into his hands, but just the aim that he's able to display is
Someone
absolutely
said that Clicks is
incredible.
better than him, and then
I
someone
mean,
replied,
this
he's not
is
even top
someone
10.
that, you
Clicks
know,
fans
we
don't
talked
cry.
about how an incredible year they've had. Was it second, first? To top it off with a global championship, this would be
And bro's
the
not
best,
even
most
20
dominant
or
year
18 or
of any
19
duo in
yet.
Fortnite history.
Easily.
He's like the GOAT of Fortnite right now.
I don't even know. I don't know. Why
Ninja
do
the
tomorrow
GOAT.
1.5 times? I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Okay, let's take a look at these standings one last time before we start to wrap up the
We
day.
have to talk about other duos.
I know we have to talk about other
Fortnite.
duos.
Yeah.
Just pretend Peterbot and Pollo don't exist for a moment there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy currently
Where
sitting
is
at
Clicks is not even on
295
here.
points as well. They've been performing fantastic throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen a couple of gatekeepers.
Man,
right,
they're
to
talking
the
about
duo,
other
and
people that
is,
nobody
in fact,
cares about.
Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah.
But when they're not in the mix, Queasy and Thomas have taken height, right? They've had these really beautiful rotations. They've been putting on a show. It's just, you've got Peterbot and Pollo in your way.
Wouldn't it be their destiny to have an incredible grand finals, but still end up in second place? But still, Queasy, Thomas HD showcasing just why they are such incredibly respected duos here, the communication, the synergy between these two players here. And obviously, this day probably didn't go as well as they wanted to, but still ending up in second place is a great performance after day 1.
And now for these guys, I know even more than anyone, they'll be sitting in the VODs. I think they're probably already in. They've probably just ran out straight to the VODs because second place, although it's good, it's a good situation to be in. These guys are winners. They want to make sure they put themselves in the best situation possible to find themselves in a better situation tomorrow. I think they're a team that can benefit from these that 1.5x multiplier. I'm really surprised and impressed as to how well they're playing, being able to use that launch
Bro, why
pad
do
to
these guys
rotate
look like
on out,
geeks? Why do the
finding
Fortnite
storm
players look
surge
like
tags.
geeks?
I must highlight Thomas HD with that pistol. We gave a little bit of a preview to it earlier. Every single time we seem to switch to him shooting that pistol, it seems to be connecting with the other players. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Queasy said it himself. He was like, on one of the post-game interviews, he's like, yeah, I did like 200 damage. Thomas is doing like 600, 700. I'm just here following and making sure to lead the way. So it's a really nice dynamic between these guys, and I hope to see more from them tomorrow.
Another duo that I'd really like to talk about on the leaderboard there in our top 10, representing the Asia region.
Yeah.
It is going to be Coyote and Mipoli. And we actually thought it was going to be Rise and Yuma currently. They were in second place, third place at one point earlier on in the day. But jumping up into the top 10 at the end of day 1 is absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, really, really insane. And on that note, another team that I'm really excited to see up here as well, Hutty and Kovacs in that 6th place position. Funny story about this as well. Kovacs is a player that didn't make the last Globals. I was lucky enough to be at the Global Championships last year. Speaking to him behind the scenes as well when he was in the audience, he said to me, he said, Miniminer, I will be on that stage next year. I will be competing, mark my words. Here he is. He's not in the audience, he's competing, and he's doing incredibly well out of that Rebels Roost drop spot as well. It seems like they're navigating it really well. And that's the sort of thing that this game's all about, right? You can just think yourself, right, these guys are on that stage. I want to be there. He put in the work, and he's seeing the rewards. Really good stuff from those two.
two more teams that we didn't really give too much credit for at the start. CZB and Nathan doing a great job right now in 8th place. And Dukes and Sphinx, a lot of us, and myself included, I don't know why we don't give them the respect. They're multi-FNCS winners. They've done time and time again, especially at a LAN setting, they've performed really well. So to see them currently in 9th place, I love to see it.
Absolutely. Day one is all about setting kind of ourselves, right? Because when we come in tomorrow, we've got that 1.5 times multiplier. Have some of these duos done enough, right? Because if you're at that deficit, you have to work that much harder going into tomorrow. But for someone like Peterbot and Pollo, they're so far ahead, they could look to take advantage of that. So how do we look to
wait 4 hours? And how come they've been streaming for 6 hours?
I mean, with a victory royale and 10 eliminations, that garners you 160 points, which would be the separation. Obviously, that means that Peterbot and Pollo have to go down off drop, which I don't think is going to be happening. But I mean, when you look at day 2 teams, historically, Acorn and Cold perform absolutely insane on day 2, and they are currently in our top 10 list. I think that they may have some secret strats. There's also probably some teams, like you said, that are going to be VOD reviewing, looking at their replays right now, and kind of seeing, is there, like, you know, a little hitch in the armor of Peterbot and Pollo?
Yeah, and I think what's most important for Peterbot and Pollo here is that they took advantage of today. I think, you know, we all sort of knew what was going to happen. We all knew what their strategy was going to be. Everyone knew what was going to happen. They were going to get that medallion. They were going to get that mythic assault rifle, go crazy. But now some teams can hit the VODs. They can think, right, how can we sort of approach this? Maybe we land on them. Maybe we try and take that NPC and then dip on out. So it's really good from them that they were able to take advantage of that situation while they have it, because they might not have it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a few moments really on the early game after they do get that coin and the mythic weapon, where they kind of just go along the river, and you can see them looking back to the rest of Raft, seeing if there's a few shots they can get, but also just paying attention to see if anyone else is. They're not even building, they're not even tarping, even though there's some incredible duos landing next to them. So if the other players are aware that they're kind of vulnerable during that moment, that might be an opportunity. But again, it's Peterbot and Pollo. As soon as they see another player, they're just going to beam them and eliminate them.
Yeah, it's almost like a signal for, like, oh my gosh, someone shot at us. I guess we're getting some more. Let's go. Wow. Well, Fortnite fam, we just thank you guys so much. That wraps up day number 1 of the 2024 FNCS Global.
No one's here.
Tomorrow, we look to play another 6 games with a 1.5 times multiplier. So, until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
Yo, chat, I'll see you guys tomorrow. You say Fortnite, what? Chat, I'll see you guys tomorrow, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow, chat. I'll see you tomorrow, chat. One day I'll make it on here just for fun, or I'll see Banana Boy, oh my gosh! Bro, I'm gonna see who Peterbot is while I watch a couple of his videos so I can get the GOAT, so I can become one of the GOATs. Or maybe I should hop on Fortnite and see what it's like. Day 1, Peterbot 3 minutes ago. Boyle FNFs. Fortnite 4, sponsored by Linktree. Dang. Wait. Likes. Latest. Bro, W, please, like, freaking. Bro, he did. Who is this guy? His Twitch. Let's go to, what's his name? Someone said GOAT of all time. Dang. Peterbot a month ago. Pollo with Grand Finale, Peterbot. Oh, he only has 36,000 people watching him. Dang. Why is that? I thought Peterbot was a GOAT. Sell a little bit to make it interesting. No. The GOAT. Peterbot after 1 day of sent. None of you can't stop me. Peterbot left agent because they wouldn't let him say he has the. Oh, I heard him. Peterbot left agent. Peterbot day for. That's true. Peterbot.
What the fuck?
I can see no difference. True. Peterbot. What group is that even for? Dang. He might be him. Bro, his views went up by a lot. I'm not even tweaking right now. Bro, his views went up by a lot. When I say a lot, I mean like a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Bro doesn't go to school. He has over $1 million. He don't need to go to school. He already fulfilled his dreams. Oh, real. Wait, this? Wait, no. He... He might be better than Clicks. Oh yeah, RGB is doing a stream tour, and I'll be there to watch it. Agent 0059500 who lives in the wilderness. Man, I gotta watch that video real quick, chat. Yo, chat. Yo, chat. I gotta watch that video real quick. Yo, chat. Yo, chat. Mr. B 6,000 subscribers. I feel like by day 2, they already built like
I just dropped off 5 men and 5 women in the middle of the wilderness. And whichever I just dropped off 5 men and 5 women in the middle of the wilderness. And whichever group survives the longest.
Why is the quality so
I give y'all 3 days.
Chat, I'll be right back. Yo, chat. I'll be right back.
And that is your side of the woods. And you are not at any point allowed to cross sides or you'll be disqualified. You should go start prepping for your first night. We out.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Men or women, let's see who wins.
There's no way the girls are beating us. They not 5 men.
How do you think the guys are doing? Terrible.
They probably stopped by now.
We're not gonna survive. We're gonna thrive.
As long as we're good being a little hungry.
Oh yeah, we're fine.
Oh, we got strawberries. What? Woo! Anything that's around here is on our food list.
I'm already seeing a shelter in my head.
There it is.
This would be a shelter.
Welcome home, and miles away on the other side, the girls found a spot to set up their camp.
The water looks pretty bad right here, so I'm hoping we can follow it back and maybe find a clean source to gather from.
This is nice.
Yeah, this might be the spot, you guys.
Things might be going smooth now, but compared to all my other videos, this challenge might be the most brutal one that I have ever filmed.
I left now. I regret it.
It's so hard out here.
I just heard something moving there, bro. I don't think we're alone out here.
Okay, let's check what supplies we have. Fruits, granola,
sausage. Dude, you got all the meat.
I also gave each of them a water bottle and some key survival gear.
That's not a lot of food. We're gonna have to figure out how long we want to stretch this.
Attention, can all of you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
We're all here.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page on how this challenge works. To make things more interesting, if a person leaves this challenge, they will still get their share of the prize money. The only thing that matters is which team lives in these woods the longest.
What?
We were not expecting that.
No one ever does. It's up to each of you to decide whether you stay to help your teammates or leave to save them more food. Also, for this entire challenge, you will never know how many men are still left on their side, and the men will have no idea how many women are left on your side. It's a game of strategy. This will be fun.
That food goes a lot further for like 2 people than 5.
Or are we really only going to be able to sustain 1 or 2 people? Cross that bridge when we get there.
If anybody does quit, I do not hold it against you.
I will 100% hold it against you. Yeah, for sure. Come on, bro.
Hey, after that first week, I think it's strategy. We got strategy.
100%.
Hey, we're a team, bro.
We're making it.
We're staying. Girl thrill, boy thrill.
For the rest of the night, both camps began constructing their shelters to prepare for any upcoming storms. And the guys built theirs out of the first twigs they found.
We have a whole TP build and everything.
The girls are not doing that.
Actually, they are. And they're doing it way better than the boys.
And up. We got it. I'm going to try and get a fire wrapped. I bet we beat the guys in that.
There we go.
There we go.
Let's go.
What a freaking start of a journey, boys.
Night number 1 was kind of rough. It took me a long time to go to sleep.
Good morning.
We need more walls for the TP still.
Let's get making our house. I think the girls are doing way better than the boys right now.
We are going through the woods because we need water.
And to get clean water, the boys had to travel miles through an undrinkable, filthy swamp.
I hope the girls have to go through something like this.
I'm not gonna lie, you can't see anything in this water.
I do not want to drink swamp water.
Well, over a 1.5 2-mile walk. It's day 2.
And after hours of searching, the boys finally found a water source.
Finally.
By day 3, the women had a crazy strategy. Self-eliminate some of their teammates so those who stay had more food to consume.
If we as a team want to win this, diving into this is not sustainable, even for 2 people. I would like to have 2 people here at least till the end. I would agree. Yeah.
And it was very clear to the whole team who those 2 girls would be.
Phaedra and Julia are our survival mommies, so we kind of are at their beck and call to help and do whatever we need.
The boys, on the other hand, had absolutely no clue whatsoever.
We are definitely not rationing it. Like, like, no. There's no talk of strategy amongst us.
5 people is a lot of people eating off of that food stash. We can't last to the end with 5 people.
Day 4, Josh and I were talking about us having to be the providers while they are the entertainers.
TJ and I were carrying the weight, just been building for the team. And there's those 3 still sitting around the fire doing nothing. They just want to be served.
Josh, was you gonna tell us that the food was done?
Yeah.
When? Did you know the food was done?
No.
I know I went only one. Yeah, I thought so. Silence.
By this point, the boys weren't even a week into the challenge, and they were already teaming up against one of their own.
I would directly say to Josh, it looks like you're chilling all day. And then we're burning God's amounts of energy day in and day out.
And that hurt a lot. I mean, if anything, Pat burning these calories that he's so tired about doing backflips and showing off in front of the camera. So it made me contemplate today whether I really want to do this anymore.
While tension was making some of the boys consider leaving, the women were ready to do the same, but only as part of their strategy.
Food load might have to change. It can't change. We're still not getting into rations. It is time to start, as a team, sending people home for the goal of winning.
It can't be more than 2 people touching the rations.
Yeah. So we have a team decided that it's time for me to go home.
This is Hannah, and I'm ready to leave.
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite sites fast.
We will discreetly evacuate you out of the forest without alerting the boys.
Let's do it with a discreet monster truck.
We're about to pull up on their camp for the first elimination.
I'm going to step away as a team strategy.
It makes sense. More food for the other 4? Well, let's get you out of here.
I love you winning, okay? It's so good!
If the women end up winning, you're the smartest one here. You're the first out, but you'll get $100,000.
A lot of people have said, okay, I would just left.
Well, Hannah can consider herself lucky, because for the next 2 days, intense rainstorms forced both of the teams to stay in their shelters and survive solely on their rations.
We definitely can't live off this food for much longer.
So come day 10, I decided to throw in a twist. And if you've ever seen one of my videos, you know that means it's time for a challenge. But to make it even more intense, every 10 days, the boys and girls will have to elect a leader to face each other. And we're gonna kick things off by visiting the girls.
Hey!
Hi, it's day 10. What do you think that means?
You're gonna give us some great news.
It depends. I need you to pick a leader and face one of the boys for a potential prize. I'll meet you at the bridge in an hour, whoever you pick.
This is where we take the video up a notch.
We choose Phaedra.
Let's go see how the boys are doing.
Welcome to the men's camp.
Oh, you guys look so official. I need you guys to elect a leader that in 1 hour will meet me at the bridge.
Unanimously, Killer P.
Man, I feel extremely confident.
Inside, I feel a little scared.
Come on in. These walks are so dramatic. Congratulations on surviving 10 days.
How's it going?
Really well, actually.
And remember, they have no idea how many people are still left on the opposing team.
How many women do you think are still in?
There's 3.
How many men do you think are left?
I'm going to say 3 too.
The funny thing is, both of them are completely wrong, and neither will know the truth until this video is uploaded.
This challenge is simple. You're gonna take turns firing at that target.
And hanging from beneath the target is a bag full of perishable food.
If you hit the target, it'll drop it. But if you miss, move it to the other side, she will then get an opportunity to try to win it.
I'm so good at archery. I'm definitely second guessing this decision of sending Patrick and not me.
Oh, Phaedra is gonna kill it. Absolutely.
You guys see him mock?
She will then get an opportunity to try to win it.
I'm so good at archery. I'm definitely second guessing this decision of sending Patrick and not me.
Oh, Phaedra is gonna kill it. Absolutely.
Whatever it lands on, fires
So good at
first.
archery, they lost.
Not in the water!
Mid. Okay. Fire away.
Shot number 1, we're out of here.
Have you ever shot an arrow before?
I have not.
Oh, all right.
I feel like I'm watching the Super Bowl.
Yeah. First time shooting an arrow? Oh!
It's like
First time shooting an arrow.
Bro, what happened?
Magnanimous.
Move the target to the other side.
Let's see if the women's team can make it.
Whoa, she's taking the jacket off.
Oh, it's go time.
Phaedra, your team desperately needs those rations. Will you be the one to bring them home?
Dang!
What's going on? Dude, that was like watching the Hunger Games.
All right, let's go grab it.
Cheers to victory.
Got to a shot of the boys.
They're struggling.
So you also need to eat a lot and quickly.
I've noticed you keep saying y'all.
So,
Wait, what?
we had to dip into our rations after the rain. And looking at this is primarily perishable. So although it adds for a while, it's not gonna add long term. And so we had the conversation that I would go.
You're thinking about leaving right now?
Yes.
Conveniently, I'm already here if you just want to hitch a ride back.
Yeah, no.
And so with a toast of Feastables and hugs to say goodbye,
Bye, Divas. We'll see you on the outside.
The women's team was down to just 3 survivors, while the men's team still had all 5.
I know we can win this entire challenge for. I do Santana.
With plenty of food and one less person to split it with, the girls' morale was through the roof.
I'm feeling really good, really optimistic. We've been really pushing ourselves hard, so to be able to have this meal is gonna mean a lot.
Cheers, guys. Delicious.
However, losing the challenge took a real toll on TJ.
I'm beating myself up pretty badly about the archery competition. Everyone thought it should have been me. Unanimously. Killer P.
Killer P?
I should have stepped up when I had the chance. But when I was sitting on that chair and I saw the bows and arrows, I just thought, it should have been me. The next challenge will be me.
The girls enjoyed their abundance of food for the next few days.
Cheers.
The boys, unfortunately, had to still catch their food.
Let's go, baby.
No way!
With the rations running dangerously low at this point, the boys' team was starting to become hopeless.
Bro, Cam, I'm so glad that I got you here, bro.
I know I may seem sluggish as love, but this is all mental. Like, I have nothing in me.
The pressure had really started to get to Cameron. And while Sammy tried to lift his spirits a little, by the morning of day 13, he had already made up his mind.
The sleep deprivation is taking its toll. I said my brother.
Yeah, that's what happens when they grow up in, like, wow, Valiancy.
I'm proud.
He wants to go back and go on his phone and doom scrolling.
You, bro.
Hold it down, man. I appreciate the journey, man.
Hi, Cam. That was a big bummer losing Cam today.
How's today for a dark day?
But the boys weren't the only ones taking a loss.
Today is Kelly's day. We're going to miss her very much. We are.
Well,
The girls win, it was scripted for the girls to be like, wow, girl power.
Strategically, with $500,000 in mind, the boys, on the other hand, were leaving from the difficult.
I'm so defeated. I'm grateful for this. It just...
Oh my god.
This is freaking tough.
It's
not a breakdown, bro.
Do you think you can make it to the next challenge?
Oh, no. It's about to break me, bro. Like, come on, bro. Big hug.
So after draining his remaining calories upgrading their shelter, the boys went to bed and made the radio call in the morning.
What up, boys? I got a message on the walkie.
That's gonna have to be mine to explain, Jimmy. I'm not gonna be the big macho man and say this isn't hard.
All right, everyone, let's walk him out of the challenge. Come on.
Leaving the boys' camp for the last time, Sammy gave the guys a parting gift.
You want a t-shirt? I'll take a t-shirt.
The literal clothes on his pack.
Let's get those shirts.
Now that you've taken everything from this man, is he free to go?
He's free to go.
He is now in the Sherpa, which means he's officially eliminated. Carl, get him out of here. Now we're down to 3. Is the trend gonna continue? 2 days from now, we're gonna get 1?
Absolutely not.
Just 2 weeks into the challenge, and we have already lost half the players. And things are only going to get worse.
I looked at that truck that picked him up, and my first thought was jealousy. I don't know if I can make it again.
With Josh already on the verge of quitting, things got even harder as a massive storm rolled in.
It's raining right here.
Unlike the girls, who can sleep soundly in their well-built shelter, back at the boys' camp, their home was not equipped to handle all this rain.
This is not how I want this to end.
The torrential downpours continued for the next 2 days.
My raincoat had drenched through, and my whole belly was soaking wet in my waders, and my pants were soaking wet. I was, like, ready to quit.
The rain has finally cleared up, and Mama Phaedra is making us a little breakfast this morning. We got a little beef stew. It's delicious. I bet the boys aren't enjoying a happy meal. I bet they're not.
Bad news, ran into my worst enemy, poison ivy. It's spreading everywhere and unbearably painful. I start wondering if my time here is coming up.
We're in a better spot than the guys.
Has to be, right?
Not a lot of people can take this for a long amount of time.
Hey, guys. We need to talk. The things I wanted to do, I definitely did. And at some point, there is just the need to get out.
The selfish part of me says, you quit, I get a bigger meal.
Hey, this is Josh at men's camp. I think I am ready to go today.
And just like that, Josh was out.
This video's still at 31 minutes long.
Let's go, Carl. Let's hit the road. I'm gonna say this, like, honestly, I believe 100% we just got stronger.
We have enough food to last us as long as possible.
Wait, he got 2 strong people. Some guy who's archery and knows how to do, like, wilderness. Some guy who's
Plus
got a
win
knife.
all the challenges.
That's a pretty bold statement.
And it's guys, so they can, like, do this for
So
years.
let's put that claim to the test.
What day is it, Chandler?
Friday.
I wonder if they got, like, normal people who, like, pay taxes and stuff, or they actually got, like, wilderness explorer people.
Day 20, which means it's time for our second challenge.
Alert, alert. Pick a captain and send them to the bridge.
Easy work.
All right, I'll see you in a minute, okay? Sounds good.
I'm going to show her that no matter what, she will never win.
Since both of you didn't come last time, I need to make it clear, if you step across the middle, you're eliminated.
Which may affect your team's chances of winning $500,000.
Chandler, can you give me something to mark the middle?
Okay, we'll put it back.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
May affect your team's chances of winning $500,000.
Chandler, can you give me something to mark the middle?
Okay, we'll put it back.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
My team and I are offering you and whoever's still at camp $50,000 if your team quits right now.
Oh. Sounds like you might be scared that you might not. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
My team and I are offering you and whoever's still at camp $50,000 if your team quits right now.
Oh.
He shouldn't have said that. That was so dumb.
Sounds like you might be scared that you might not make it to the 500K.
Anyone else feel the tension here? Woo.
We'll see you in day 33 when it's all over.
You're only giving yourself till day 33?
I'm giving you till day 33.
Okay.
Whoa.
Chandler the goat is back. Chandler the goat is back.
Possible. Also talking so much smack at the same time.
Well, let's bring it together. So,
because the storm
are decimating your shelters. In this challenge, you're gonna be competing for your own ginormous tent. This thing is waterproof.
Hurricane season's coming in, so this will be clutch.
Would you want something like this?
I mean, I'll take it. But if the guys get this taste of comfort, maybe they'll leave.
Or it can make them last longer.
Doubt it.
Oh, this is very nice.
It's decision time. So, this is different than the last challenge because both your teams could win a tent.
I'm gonna be in that tent.
It would sit really nicely right there.
All you have to do is eliminate yourself.
If Julia does take this, we won't have one more night together. That'll be hard.
Since the women won the first challenge, I need you to make your decision first.
No, come on, Julia.
Do you want to eliminate yourself so your team can have that tent?
I'm gonna take the tent.
Whoa! Okay.
So it looks like I am now officially by myself.
I honestly can't believe you took that.
Now it's your turn. Which is more important, you or that tent? All right.
My team.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
That was crazy.
Wait.
I think it would really be huge for the overall strategy and the win, but Anna was actually gonna get a chance to give her a hug goodbye.
This isn't 100% rainproof. That could really end the competition. My whole mood has just changed.
Back at the bridge, while Phaedra was gathering her new tent, TJ secretly stayed behind to investigate.
Wait, no way.
And what he found was like striking gold.
It's weird sending only one person to pick up that tent. Now I know there's only one woman left. She will not outlast the two of us.
I gotta tell Pat. Patrick, are you awake? I spied on them, and it's one person left, the person that you win against on that first challenge.
And we have two, less food, less shelter.
Now that you say it like that, I feel like I made the wrong decision. Would you have preferred the tent or me?
The tent.
Unfortunately for TJ, the intel he gathered at the bridge seemed to only make matters more tense for the boys.
He turned down dry shelter to come back. What kind of brother would do that? The TJ. If he would have took the tent, it would have sealed the deal. Because we all know shelter is everything.
And at the girls' camp, Phaedra was officially carrying the team, setting up her brand new tent in just a few hours.
Look at that. It's awesome. Just in case people are wondering who's gonna win this. Nice and cool in here. No bugs. There is more room than I know what to do with in here.
While Phaedra had more room, the boys, on the other hand, were betting on each other to get themselves to that $500,000 prize.
You may have that tent, but you're all alone. Us here at the guys' camp, we still got two, so we could always be socializing. And by
This guy's
challenge
goated.
3, she's gonna want to leave.
This guy's goated.
Sure, bro.
It was a pleasure being around Julia. Having such a lovely human to interact with got me spoiled, honestly.
But it wasn't just camaraderie that was keeping the boys going.
About to go crawdad hunting. This is where Killer Pat comes in. Need to get some food.
Living off the land was going much better than expected.
There we go. And that's a snapping turtle right there.
But while the boys were finally thriving, Phaedra had found herself in a dark
I
place.
do miss having some
Bro, this is literally what Theodore Ted Kayansky literally went through. And a lot of people want to do this. They want to make millions of dollars and
physical
just move to a
contact
place like
with
this.
people and like being able to
Man,
give
shut
somebody a hug or just like
up.
even a handshake
Man, we don't
or
give
a
a-
high five would
We
do.
don't give up. We don't care.
How about a high five?
Boo.
At this point, Phaedra literally began talking to herself out of loneliness. However, the
Same.
boys'
The
bond
voices in
was
the head.
continuing to grow.
Dang, dude, that's as big as you.
Look at the size of that thing.
Dude, that's literally 5.5 feet long. Sorry, 6'5".
Your child.
6'5".
I'm so excited for challenge day.
Oh my gosh. I'm not getting Grammarly for no reason at all.
Dang, dude, that's as big as you.
Look at the size of that thing.
Dude, that's literally 5.5 feet long. Sorry, 6'5".
I'm so excited for challenge day right now. I'm hoping that we just go ahead and win. I'm ready to go home with my family. I'm ready for this to be over. We're gonna see how challenge 3 goes.
With TJ's and Patrick's bond having grown stronger than ever, I knew exactly how to test them on the day 30 challenge. Are you gonna be the captain?
I was asking around, but nobody else was here. By default, I'm the captain.
Wait, how's she dressed up good? If she's
You
in
did
the...
day 10. You did day 20. Who's gonna be the day 30 captain?
Patrick. Oh, man.
Get that dub.
All right, this time we painted a line instead of using a plant.
It's been a while since you saw each other.
I'm really surprised to see you here, actually.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are you two ready to hear the challenge?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Here's the deal. We have the families of every single contestant still in this challenge on the other side of the woods. And you guys have a choice to make. You can see your family, or everyone in your camp can see their family.
You know, I do have a son that I would really like to see.
Oh.
So, I'm gonna choose myself.
Phaedra could have just tricked Patrick into thinking she's not the only woman left.
How about you? Are you picking your camp or yourself as well?
I gotta see my kids. I choose myself.
He's got kids. They always have kids. They always choose kids, man. That man. That.
Two. Okay. The decisions have been made. Load the helicopters and fly them out.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Oh.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Beast Challenge. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, beautiful.
I missed my mom, and I really missed my son.
My family is the main reason why I was out here, and the reason why I'm still standing here. My time has just been reset. I'll see you in 10 days. I'm just gonna sit here and just feel sad.
I haven't felt like the best today.
Damn,
My time has just been reset. I'll see y'all in 10 days.
And I really missed my son.
My family is the main reason why I was out here, and the reason why I'm still standing here. My time has just been reset. I'll see y'all in 10 days. I'm just gonna
This
sit
guy's
here
just
and
like me.
Just feel sad.
I haven't felt like the best today. I've had some time to reflect on the last challenge. I'm super grateful for that experience and for having him come. But after seeing Lincoln, I really want to go home.
I'm not going anywhere.
I was a little bit worried when Pat got to see his family.
I'm locked and loaded for Challenge 4.
But it just lit a fire underneath him to say, I'm going to win this.
Obviously, I've got to this point because of me trusting another person. This right here is about to prove how important a strong and good friendship is compared to doing things on your own.
And although having someone by your side can ward off the boredom, being alone also does have its perks.
I don't even know if I can eat this all. I literally have more food than I can eat out here. I'm not going anywhere, men's camp.
And so it was the battle of rations versus companionship. That was until the night came, and the men's camp got a surprise visit from an uninvited guest.
What is that?
There's something out there.
Oh,
Shh. Stay still.
When the morning came, TJ set out to investigate what exactly that noise was.
Yeah, that's definitely from a bear claw.
Verified by our trail cam, a bear came up right behind the men's shelter, which would be enough to scare any sane person.
Last night, a bear came through camp. Awesome.
And although Patrick was feeling confident about staying yesterday,
I'm not going anywhere.
This close encounter had him thinking otherwise.
Oh, because he's one of those guys who was grow up in the hood. It was like, yo, what's up, gang? I'm joking,
Today.
chat. I'm joking.
Haven't
He's like, he probably grew up like paying taxes and stuff, so.
you see my family? That bear got me realizing, like, I don't do outdoors. It's like breaking news. I'm a DJ. Yo, TJ.
I knew it.
We gotta talk about something.
Yeah, what's up?
Me and TJ were just speaking. The rations would make more sense if I leave so that TJ can finish this.
Him saying to me, I trust you and I'm gonna leave is huge.
Yes, for this is... he's gonna be fine.
So he's more safe around people who like got guns in a DJ place at a club than being with a bear.
Please, let me grab this.
So he chose the DJ instead of the bear.
This is Patrick at Men's Camp.
On my way. And since I have Logan Paul and KSI with me, I guess I'll bring him along too.
Dude, this is gorgeous. If you're gonna survive in the wilderness, this is like the environment to do it.
Well, how do you know where anything is? Oh!
What? What?
Oh no, I just saw a little fly.
Yo, Patrick, I got the call that you wanted to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him with the most amount of food.
Can I see how much food you have left?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Come over to our pantry.
Now that he's leaving, how long do you think this food will last you?
This will get me to day 60, challenge 6.
How long do you think the girl or girls have left?
By challenge 5, it's gonna be over. No shot. She already has 13 days in isolation, and I'm just starting at 1. We have the advantage. I am alone!
So with both camps now down to one remaining survivor, it was all up to TJ and
So you
Phaedra.
guys know this was actually going really slow because like they just edit it so it goes faster, but like really he was like probably there for like 2 hours.
To fight the isolation and win their team 500 grand.
I already got a Hellcat, so I don't need to see a car ad.
And while TJ was hunting animals to make up for his dwindling rations,
Big belly.
Phaedra was hunting them to keep as pets.
Well, Princess Shirley.
Neither TJ or Phaedra were showing any signs of giving up, which brought them all the way to day 40, also known as another challenge.
Welcome back. It's been 10 days.
Dude, it's awesome that you spent this time alone, but how do you logically plan to beat me? Because we have enough rations to last us 80 days, so I don't have responsibilities back home. And then on top of that, we're having fun at camp. There's nothing to do.
I don't like to get ahead of myself and be like, yeah, I got 90 days, I've got this in the bag, because like when you start to get arrogant.
But in 20 days, 30 days, do you really want to be here? What about Lincoln?
I don't really think you should use people's children.
No, he should. He's a GOAT. That's the GOAT right there. That's the GOAT. I don't think you should use people's. Man, suck it. He's doing that light Yagami thing where he's using like people's like manipulating them to be
Bad because like when you started to get arrogant.
But in 20 days, 30 days, do you really want to be here? What about Lincoln?
I don't really think you should use people's children's names as weapons against them. That's not appropriate.
I will use whatever weapon I can.
It's getting intense.
How you decide to treat me has no factor on how long I decide to stay out here.
Likewise.
Well, time for our day 40 challenge.
Both of you will be presented with a survival item. If you want it, then simply write it down on your board and you'll keep it. However, if both of you write it down, neither of you will get it. That means that you'll have to try to convince each other to actually let you keep an item. And for our first item, we have a fishing pole and all the bait you could ever need. Can one of you give up an item without guaranteed receiving something in return?
They both wrote fishing rod. We're not off to a good start. Our next item is Dude Wipes. Who helped me pay for the video? Dude Wipes are flushable, disposable wet wipes made from 99% plant-based materials and water.
Ooh, very refreshing.
It's time for what might be the most important vote of your life. Not only are they better than toilet paper, but Dude Wipes also work well for showering, which these two could use. He wrote Dude Wipes,
and she wrote...
Whoa! Congratulations, here you go.
Woo! I got Dude Wipes!
Item number 3 is more Dude Wipes. Because they're the sponsor of the video. What do you think of the Dude Wipe?
I mean, it's working.
Yeah, it's working amazing. It's time to vote. Did you write anything? He did not. All right, here's your Dude Wipe. And if you want to be like these two and try Dude Wipes for yourself, just go to Walmart.
That was scripted. No way, that was not scripted.
Walmart, Amazon, or
because he was playing like
basic
team.
But shop at, they sell them there. Stop using normal toilet paper. That's for losers.
Getting to clean themselves after over a month was a real boost. And at this point, either one of them can win it for their team. But thanks to the girls' strategy of intentionally eliminating most of their team early on, Phaedra was not worried about food at all.
They say, oh, how much gas do you have in the tank? And truly my answer is until they decide they don't want to be here anymore.
As the days passed, TJ was getting more confident he would win it for the boys.
I'm just so set on this ending Challenge 5. I'll be heavily surprised if this goes past Challenge 5. Everything in my heart, soul, and mind is saying Challenge 5.
Even though it's come down to a 1v1, both TJ and Phaedra are fighting to win their team this $500,000. And as for TJ, a victory couldn't come soon enough.
5.
Even though it's come down to a 1v1, both TJ and Phaedra are fighting to win their team this $500,000. And as for TJ, a victory couldn't come soon enough.
I'm gonna have a double portion of rice. Just make sure that I'm going to have a fantastic winning day of day 50.
And now it is time to put all that talk to the test and see if our day 50 challenge will really be in TJ's favor.
Contestants, come on in. Come on in. I couldn't make day 50 because I'm currently spending 7 days in a cave. So I'm hologramming in.
How's the cave?
Oh my God, this is insane! It's pretty brutal, not gonna lie. You guys haven't seen each other in a while. You wanna talk? All right. What do you two think the day 50 challenge is?
I have no idea. I see a container that says supplies on it.
For day 50, we're gonna celebrate, and you both get Feastable.
Oh, yes!
Well, little did they know, there was a twist coming.
You each get a multi-pack of chocolate.
That's so nice. Yay!
Feastables are available in Walmart, Albertsons, and Kroger's nationwide. Go buy Feastables and see if you like the taste.
That's it.
You can go back to your camps, enjoy your chocolate, or save it.
Yay!
See you on day 60.
Are they far away?
Yeah.
Okay. What they don't know, Chandler, is inside one of those chocolate bars is a message that tells them to come back to the middle to get 3 days worth of food. You show the viewers the food. Let's see who finds the message first and wins that food. I'll see you in a couple days, Chandler.
I love you. Wait, say it back. He didn't say it. Challenge 5. We finally got our Feastables. These are chocolate. Chocolate will melt. So I need to find the best way to store these.
I think I might just open another one because honestly, I know it seems excessive, but it's a win.
Have 1 square after every meal. That should last me throughout the rest of the competition. My mental health right now after Challenge 5 is through the roof.
While TJ was feeling confident, he was so strict on rationing that he barely made a dent in the Feastables.
I feel like I'm better rationing my chocolate because that's a better commodity. So I know I have to save it.
In Puerto Rico?
If the girl wins, it's scripted.
And save it, he did. TJ went the next 3 days without touching a single piece of chocolate. Then, on day 57, he found his favorite flavor.
Peanut butter Feastable.
Whoa, wait, what? There's something on the back. If you were reading this, there is 3 days worth of food on the bridge for the first person to grab it. Good luck. You'll have to wait. Let's go. 3 days worth of food. It's so much. Let's go. I don't see her. This might be a man victory. Looks to be. She already got it. Dang.
Phaedra actually beat out TJ because just 4 days ago, this happened.
3 days worth of food. Oh, still here, people. Wow, you guys. Feels really good doing this.
Dang, Phaedra's not even here to gloat about it. I just feel so sad now. I ran for nothing. Feels like I've been here for nothing.
If TJ isn't careful, that feeling could quickly become a reality. One of these contestants will win their team $500,000, while the other
I ran for nothing. Feels like I've been here for nothing.
If TJ isn't careful, that feeling could quickly become a reality. One of these contestants will win their team $500,000, while the other will have spent months in the wilderness and potentially go home with nothing.
I can't live off the land because it'll take too many calories, and it's not even a guarantee every day. We just killed the last of our egg scramble.
It has been difficult for me to be alone out here. Every day is hard, and it's going to take a toll on me.
It is night 59. I will run out of rations tomorrow. I am praying that the prize for tomorrow is more rations. I don't want to give up just yet.
It's time for the day 60 challenge. So you guys met on day 40, day 50, and once again on day 60, it's the two of you.
How's the 3 days of extra rations?
I was going to ask you, how was your candy bars? Yeah, how are you feeling? You got 10 days left in you?
Oh, I got 10 days left in me.
The day 60 challenge is simple. Both of you will write down anything you want. You'll then show each other what you wrote. And if you approve of each other's items, you can have both of them. But if just one of you says no, you both get nothing.
You can ask for a lot, and there's a high chance she says no, or you can ask for a little and potentially get it. Do you have what you want written down?
I do.
Do you have what you want written down?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, reveal! Phaedra wants an art kit, and TJ wants a private chef for 7 days, 2 meals a day, fully equipped with spices and food. Do you approve her getting an art kit?
Oh, yeah.
TJ approved you getting an art kit?
So nice.
Do you approve his private chef for 7 days, 2 meals a day with spices?
I will run out of rations tomorrow.
Oh, man, I would love to, but I can't. I'm going to say no on that.
What?
You were too greedy. That was day 60. You're free to talk as much as you want.
Good luck in the next 10 days.
See you day 70?
Yeah. All right, bye.
See ya.
For me, the physical aspects of things out here are not the problem. It's the mental things.
There goes that idea. I had everyone's hopes and dreams on my back. Think I'm gonna have to put that stone down.
I want to go home so badly. I've just been out here for so long.
I just received a radio call saying someone wanted to leave. The person leaving is waiting in the vehicle.
Bring out the team!
Each contestant here is about to find out if their team just won $500,000. Will it be the men or the women? The contestant who forfeited
If the girl wins, it's scripted. If the girl wins, it's scripted.
will now reveal themselves.
The boys lost and the girls won. We didn't want you guys to go home empty-handed, so we're gonna give each of you 10 grand for at least competing.
Phaedra is still alone at the girls' camp and has no idea she's just won.
Phaedra, are you here?
You're back.
Yeah, come with me real quick. I found this backpack and I was curious if it was
It
yours.
might be.
That was actually a lie. You just won!
You did it! I really missed you guys. I thought you guys every day. You did it though. Yeah. You're done. You did it.
You all just won $100,000 each. Maybe next time, boys.
We did.
Chandler's back there like...
You did it though. Yeah. You're done. You did it.
Wait, let me see.
Friday. Day 20.
Long as possible, plus win all the challenges.
That's a pretty bold statement. So let's put that claim to the test.
What day is it, Chandler?
Friday.
It's Friday. AMP Seki. Man. Wait, 2 steps ahead?
Downey rinse.
Nick Avocado's 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
What?
This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life.
He lost 300 pounds?
It's alluring. It's compelling. It's gripping to observe all these
Wait, it says hi right here. Part 2, hi.
Welcome to Nikocado 2. This is my second channel, and I hope you consider subscribing because I don't even know if people like me or if they want to hear from me. To this channel. So, and please, again, consider subscribing to this channel. I don't know if people even like me anymore. I don't know if people want to hear from me or like my content at all. I actually just don't even know now, and I look forward to...
Bro, what happened to him? Like, he looks way different than... No, pick up the violin, bro. The world needs to hear you. Weight loss time will break your channel's records. He always has 2 steps ahead for YouTube. dang.
Ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the...
Dang, do you guys see this? He said hi. This is how he looked like, and then... Bro, there's so much potential. He's literally like that one video where that one guy, where it was like, he was like fat, and then like, he was like one of the Trend twins who was like lifting up the garage. Do you guys see that? I'm like, dang. I'm like, dang.
Well, disorient that I am the villain. Stories that permeate
fail the social experience. Change
and
man, change
linger
life, villain is shaped
and
by
infect the minds of the
light.
ants. Influence the ants. Brainwash the ants. You are the ants.
You just said you are the ants? Dang.
Ay, bagus.
I would listen to that if it wasn't copyrighted. Student dies after shooting inside Jebel High School. Minecraft movie. Wait, Nick Avocado's trending #1 while Mr. Beast is trending #2. Wait, Dr. Disrespect came back? Dang. I hosted a $250,000 tournament that no one gave a shit about.
As the great Uncle Rico said, no doubt in my mind. Have a good weekend, says Layer Cake with the 314 champs. I'm going to call it right there. Still getting warmed up, still getting back into the groove of things. You know, I got to plug in my mouse. It's already dead. Some fine-tuning with the camera.
Dang.
Some dynamic stretching, some warm-ups.
What?
Some plyometrics. Some hip flexor mobility exercises.
Dang. Donated $5.
But nonetheless, I'm still feeling so damn good. Ooh, baby, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Oh.
Dang.
I appreciate all the donations, the commitments. And what I mean by commitments, subscribing to the channel. I appreciate all the likes on the live stream. Trust.
Someone said #1 on gaming while demonetized is crazy. Bro came back and won. This football game knows everything about you. Man, shut up. I hate that. The Deadliest Weapon? I would watch that, but the guy whose game theory is not my game theory. How long have I been streaming for? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
there is.
Dun 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 dun.
I was intimidated by you know, talking to Silky, and I.
Okay, what's up with your boyfriend?
Ever since he got 8.
I forgot they were like watching this.
Okay, what's up?
13 hours of this garbage.
Ever since he got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy and the super alzado.
Let's go check up on Silky.
So, for this challenge, all we're gonna do is each person is gonna bring some here. You can pick it out and you read it.
Can we go one by one?
Sasha the honor you think has the best. Yeah.
Right here. Alright, yeah, you do your little house tour. I'll be right back.
We got the living room.
A big disadvantage.
Got some shit up. They got some shit set up over there too. I don't know if we can show.
Any excuse to go swimming, I will go swimming.
Yeah, it's hot as hell. I did not know how hot it was in the valley. Did you bring a bin?
I don't know, I can't remember.
So
I have an extra.
you can't remember?
Girl, if you need it, I have an extra. Okay, cool.
Oh man. So you were from the Bay. Where are you from?
Here, LA.
LA. You like it here?
Yeah, I love LA. But I don't. I like coming to LA for the summer and winter, but like living in San Diego. Because LA's hectic.
Bro, who are these people? How do they have like 16,000 people watching them? FaZe, Love Island, they... Wait.
Go
ahead, Chief Dad. August 30th, Epicness, Believe It, September goes.
Ashtray?
Here.
It's okay, I have a pocket ashtray. She has a pocket ashtray.
Oh, you get high. Oh, you're getting high for real.
How often do you all smoke?
It's my job. I do it. I don't smoke all day, every day.
What am I watching? Like, why? How does this guy have like 20,000 people watching?
I've never seen that. A pocket ashtray.
Yeah. There's no
Wow.
but ignore that.
Oh, you're really getting high. Okay, bet.
No.
Can someone tell me how this guy called Lacey has like 14,000 people watching him with blue or green hair?
Oh, how'd it go in there?
I was just saying hi.
He kicked you out already?
No. The girl had my lip gloss and I just used some real fast. That's all.
Oh, that's
And then I
great.
went back to the river and where do you want
I'm just gonna walk around down here. We'll talk.
Yeah, I don't really look down here as much.
You don't like down here?
No, it's like it looks down here.
Oh yeah,
I have a big
it's
thing
really,
for
here, let me show you the backyard a little bit. We're gonna do a little tour. Now here's the backyard actually. Just come right out. Here's the back. Oh!
Hey guys!
Who's out here?
Oh, if it isn't my favorite couple.
Sea levels rising
Yeah.
Wait, how are y'all feeling? What happened?
So cute.
Y'all look good together.
No, you guys look good together.
It's a friend. Amazon. I have like a bunch of different colors.
Oh, let's see.
How he has 20,000 people watching him?
What's up, Dan? How y'all doing? Y'all getting along?
Oh yeah, we talked a little.
What is this garbage?
Kai, wait.
Casanat?
How y'all doing? Y'all heading it off?
Yeah, it's doing good. Doing
Fire.
good.
No, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Get a phone call?
Yeah.
I don't know if there might not be enough room for all that.
Day 7 Christmas stream.
Jason's a girl. She wants to get a house tour.
Huh?
This makes no sense how these people are famous.
Like rock.
None of these trees come in this fucking door. Wait, I need to set up a trap just in case horns come. Damn, girl, excuse me.
All right.
It's kind of hot.
Okay, what's up with your boyfriend?
react to a lot of music. Yeah, I react to a lot of music.
Put on Evil Love by Baby Stella.
Evil Love.
Wait, so what do you do for work?
I'm the city's personal assistant.
You're a what?
Oh, nice.
Personal assistant?
She just has like a bunch of little like boutiques all around LA.
That's cool.
And I just help her with that.
Your eyes are so
I know, I'm like,
Thank you.
I'm like writing them. I'm just like, oh my god, I'm like lost in her eyes.
Nah, I think she was talking to you.
Well, I was making eye contact.
I was talking to her. No, her eyes are beautiful.
Are you in the mic?
Yeah.
I'd agree. You're losing points though.
I mean, I'm not gonna at least have no more lying.
He's just being honest. Yeah, you gotta respect
I
the
respect
honesty.
the honesty, but.
So wait, where are you from?
I'm Arkansas.
Arkansas, the East Coast. Fuck
Bro,
yeah.
I have no idea how these guys are famous. How are these guys even famous for streaming garbage?
I vape, but I don't like need to vape, you know?
Man, screw off.
What are you guys talking about?
Wow. I was like, yo.
They're, like, we need like a player to come out. We need like Aura. Turn Daisy, go.
Hey everyone, it's me.
Me turn Daisy.
Bro, this clip's gonna show up because this girl's streaming on on an iPhone too.
Minnie Michaela coming back. Look at Minnie, she's so small. No? They saw him through the door. Bro, my phone's at 20% already. Wrap it up. Wrap it up, chat.
Bro, where's clicks? Where's clicks?
Dude, I'm confused. Where are we going? Can you type it? Like the place?
You be on the phone.
Is this where we're going? Because that's what you just said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Fada coming?
I think so.
Is
He's the one who invited us. Well, like, relayed the invite, I guess. We already took a picture of Cypher, chat. I don't even know where he's at. He's gone.
Bro, I want to see clicks since this is the only person
Yeah,
that's
we
streaming clicks.
Wait, what? Are we going to our Airbnb?
Yeah.
Right now? No. I think we're just waiting until dinner. Because our Airbnb is like kind of far.
It was 20 minutes from the place too, so it's like.
You guys want to go back to our Airbnb?
We could. We could just sit inside instead of standing out here.
It's like even worse inside, bro. What's 20 minutes from the restaurant? Well, probably less because traffic, so I don't know. It depends. Like, we could go back if you want to, but...
I mean, it's either we stand here or we go back to
Bro, I'm waiting for clicks. Where's clicks right now?
Clicks is not there. I'm not Clicks, everybody.
Where?
Saying goodbye. That's so cute.
Bro, clicks. Where's clicks?
Chavi just coming out. It's not clicks, bro.
No.
Practice room? Wow, Aviv didn't come out, chat. He dodged us.
Crowd cleared.
They want to see Aviv. The people want Aviv. I want Aviv. The
Bro, where's clicks?
How's marriage life? Or not just engaged?
Where's clicks?
Alright, you guys want to go sit inside or do you want to go back to the Airbnb before dinner?
I don't care. We can do whatever.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it's already like 6:30, so if we go, like, we're literally gonna go be there for 5 minutes and have to come back. By the time an Uber gets here.
Should we go inside then?
Yeah, I was just gonna sit on the couch or something. Cause like,
Man, they're never gonna show. They're never gonna show clicks.
I'm going to church tomorrow with my mom, and then we're going to Joanne Fabrics, and then I have.
You know, people always ask me, Kevin, what does being the CEO of Cashback mean to you?
It's all good.
At this.
So I have always played video games, so really it's like what period of time that I was playing games, like really anything. I don't.
Oh, wow. Whoa. And it'll get cemented here. Really? It's going to be more refreshing outside. Oh, this is good. Yeah, it's really good for it.
Bro, these people suck.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Where'd you disappear?
Nah, they see you so tired.
There was a situation in my room. I had to defuse it.
What happened?
Yeah.
Base,
just
Love
one of the
Island,
couples
1,
was
2,
in my
3.
room, on my bed, so I had to like kind of let them know.
Oh.
Just having a conversation, but yeah,
So
nothing freaky, nothing.
So I don't want to ruin y'all's segment, but the bell just rang. We're about to do our first segment with everyone.
So do we end on here?
No, I don't.
Man, I could care less about these guys. What was I gonna do again? I think I'm just gonna end stream right here. Cause I'm literally watching their videos and they're like, they have nothing.
Not so fast.
There's literally nothing.
Mom, he gave us a break on our
There's literally nothing that shows why they're famous.
Mom, he gave us a break on our
Oh shoot! I'm watching
nothing
my
that
watching my own
shows
stream.
why
they're famous. Oh shoot! I'm watching my own stream. Yo, what's up, bro? Oh shoot! I'm watching my own stream. Yo, what's up, bro? It's about to go like look. It's about to do the thing. Yo, what's up, bro? I love everybody. I love you guys. Look, it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. Dang! Wow, guys, we got like 1 view. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. Dang! Wow, guys. I'm literally about to shoot. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours to 1 viewer. I'm about to shoot somebody in Fortnite, and I'm about to kill. Shoot somebody in Fortnite. 1 viewer, bro, for 5 hours. I'm about to kill. I'm about to go outside and 1 viewer,